Meeting of June 2021. In accordance with Executive Order N-08-21, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually. You can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. So Ryan, would you please do a roll call?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
He's here. He said here down the hallway.
Oh, I see him. He's actually coming into the meeting right now. Supervisor Madrone?
Here.
Supervisor Bohn?
Present. Counted for.
Supervisor Bass?
I'm here.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Looks like I might need some technical help. Oh, I had Rex was the only one I'm seeing on my screen. I need to change that. Anyway, I know the rest of you are there. So in the meantime, while I get this figured out, welcome, and we will now move on to the flag salute. And Ryan, if you could please put up the flag, that'd be great. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hoorah.
Hoorah. All right, I still only see Supervisor Bohn. This is a little bit frightening. So for those of you who would like to call in and make, there you go. Actually, maybe someone from staff can come and help me because I think I need it at the moment. But for those of you who want to call in today and make comment under any item, please raise your hand by pressing *9. Do it early when you know you want to comment because you don't want to lose your opportunity. And when we call your number, press *6 to unmute and you will have 3 minutes. I'm very strict on the 3-minute time frame because I think every supervisor, every public member should be able to talk the same amount to the board members. When you have 30 seconds left, you will hear this sound, which basically tells you to wrap up your comments because when it hits 3 minutes, your time is done and you will be muted. Don't take it personally. This is just a process we go through to be sure that we are fair to everyone. Also, just a reminder that we try to take breaks when possible, and I'm not sure when that's going to be today, but we will definitely at least take a short break and then a break for lunch, and letting everyone know that they will get a few minutes if they need to run and do something. So with that, may I please ask our CAO Nielsen or can we talk any modifications to the agenda?
Good morning, Chair Bass. Yes, there are a couple modifications to the agenda this morning. In talking with you, Chair Bass, item I-5 will be moved up in the agenda to shortly after their resolution that will be heard next, I believe. And in addition, item C20, we would like to add some supplemental attachments to attachments 6, 8, 9, 10, and 11. These schedules will now include year-to-date 19-20 actuals. This modification does not impact the 21-22 budget. This modification provides a more comprehensive financial picture. And that concludes the modifications to the agenda today.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you to staff for coming in. And actually now I can see all of you, so it thrills me to no end. So do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move to approve with modifications.
Thank you. Is there a second? I think I heard Supervisor Madrone. All right, Let's go to the public. Are there any members of the public? If you're interested in talking on an item, please do press *9 so that we know. And there's one hand up. So we will go to 0150, and I believe that is Dottie. Press *6 to unmute and welcome. So there you go. I see you're unmuted.
Good morning. I just wanted to bring up this whole issue of health and human services and mental health. You have a number of items on the consent decree regarding mental health and the outpatient and case management. So just to kind of link those all together, you will also have on the agenda one about the children, the mental health of children. So I'd like for you to see if you can have somebody that's part of the Board of Supervisors oversee, or at least figure out how to oversee the children and what medications they're given as children, so that you can see how that is having direct impact on the adults that are in substance abuse treatment. I think that you'd find that there's some things that are leading into the substance abuse disorder from the medications that are given to children. So I'd like for you to be able to kind of oversee that. Also, there's an item on the food bank and the money going to the food bank, and that is something that's not terribly equitable for people that don't have transportation to the food bank. So maybe somebody on the supervisors group there could figure out how to make it equitable to find either providing transportation, which is not always perfect for people that can't travel, but to get more to the outlying areas that have a lot of poverty and are not accessing the food banks. So that's probably what I have to say today. And thanks so much.
Great, thank you, Dottie. There are no other hands raised, so we will go back to the board. We have a motion that's been seconded. Any further discussion on the consent items or comments? All right, seeing none. Ryan, would you do the roll call vote?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
10-4.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right, so now we're going to move on to public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Again, this is where items can come up and will not be discussed by the board, but you'll have your 3 minutes to state your concerns, and press *9 to raise your hand. And I do have one hand up, and that was a 0150, so I believe that is Dottie. So welcome, and you have your 3 minutes. Dottie, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you very much.
All right.
So I wanted to address the trash recycling cars and trailers. So we've had an opportunity to travel a bit since we last spoke, and I checked into a number of things that other counties are doing. So to kind of make it short, the trash, the recycling, the cars, and the trailers is an outrageous problem in Humboldt County. And I'm hoping that there is a task force that's being assigned to that, and I would like to participate. For one thing, there's a car in a pullout at one of the parks that's been there for over 2 months. Parts are taken off of it, the hood is up, and that's kind of ridiculous. There should be maybe like the tip program instead, something that's assigned for trash. So that's a concern to me. I'm seeing less parked right on the Avenue of the Giants and caught on fire. So we've made some progress there. I'm not sure how, but that's great. I was asked by some of the public to please call and say something about recycling. The recycling is way out of control. Properties have way too much recycling that needs to be done. Many other counties and many other areas in California have recycling, and Humboldt doesn't. We would like to have an update on why that happened and how fast it can be corrected. And I'd like for you to look at the items that are on abatements of trash that was paid to remove that was not trash, but instead recycling, because I think the county really should take some responsibility for allowing the recycle centers to not meet the demand of our community. Lastly, the cars that were supposed to be arranged with the towing companies to remove cars and have people off private properties and have people pay $200. When I called to have a few removed, I was told that they needed easy access, so I moved some cars to an easier access. I was told instead of 200, there was 300 per car. I still asked them to pick them up. And with that, they said that they were too full and they couldn't pick them up right now, but maybe in 30 days they could. In that period of time, the cars were vandalized and parts taken off of them. So let's once again have a focus group. Let's work together more efficiently on the recycling, the trash, and the cars. And then maybe we can make some progress on trailers, because trailers, RVs, all of that is obviously even a more expensive problem. And
all right,
there's a lot around.
Thank you, Dottie.
Yep, thanks. I didn't hear a bell, but next time maybe.
Okay.
Thanks.
Right up there. I'll move it up a little higher. Those 3 minutes go pretty fast. All right. So we're now a little bit late to our time set, but thank you for both Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood. I kind of gave them a heads up. It might be a few minutes late. So yes, we're here, and this is a resolution recognizing County Administrative Officer Amy Nelson. And I think I can speak for a lot. This is not a day I've been looking forward to. It's like losing a beloved cast member of a TV show because they moved on to other projects, and we know that oftentimes the show suffers. So I know that I'm not alone in feeling sad for us, but very happy for Amy and her family. And I think for people who follow the Board of Supervisors meetings, they don't really have a good idea of what a CAO does. They're basically a CEO of a $500 million company, and they oversee more than you can possibly imagine. But even what people may not realize, that's probably the biggest challenge, is they have 5 bosses, 5 that are separately elected bosses who just don't always agree all the time, which if you watch our meetings, you can see we can be a very spirited group. So Amy has worked so hard to keep us trying to get, going the same direction, and it's like herding cats. I think that's the best descriptor I can think of. I can think of a lot of others, but that's probably the best one I want to share this morning. So it's not easy working for 5 bosses, and she does it really well. So I'm really, truly sad for the county and for me as chair, because you're amazing, but I'm very happy for you. So once I read the resolution that we have, I am going to turn this over to now acting CAO just about. She has been approved this morning to take over when Amy leaves. Alicia Hayes, Amy wanted this to be 5 minutes, and it's like, I think we have a lot of special guests here. So I'm glad. I think it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful way to send Amy off to her new adventures. So the resolution of the Board of Supervisors, County of Humboldt. Whereas on May 26, 1998, Amy Nilsson began her career as an extra help medical office assistant for the Department of Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health. And whereas in 2002, Amy Nilsson was promoted to administrative analyst in DHHS. And whereas in 2006, Amy Nilsson accepted a position in the County Administrative Office to serve as Administrative Analyst 2. And whereas in 2008, Amy Nilsson was promoted to Senior Admin Analyst. And whereas in 2011, Amy was promoted to Deputy CAO and Interim Risk Manager. And whereas in 2016, Amy Nilsson accepted the position as County Administrative Officer, where she led her team and the organization with grace, dignity, and professionalism for more than 5 years. Whereas Amy has been integral in implementing many programs and policies around the county's long-range vision to improve services and better the county's financial standing and reporting, and to improve the safety of our community. Amy has a long record of accomplishments and contributions, including development and adoption of the County of Humboldt strategic framework, providing the Board of Supervisors with balanced budgets each year, even while the county's budget grew from $350 million in 2016-17 to more than $500 million in 21-22, and through difficult budget years. developing the general reserve or rainy day fund policy, pension funding policy, debt management policy, deferred maintenance policy, CalCard policy, and expense and reimbursement of travel policy. Led and championed the county's efforts to earn its first and second ever Government Finance Officer Association Distinguished Budget Award. Provided leadership through the implementation and renewal of Measure Z, which received broad approval from voters and has provided funding for nearly 200 public safety projects in every corner of the county. Led the county through its long-standing Americans with Disabilities Act consent decree and developed a new ADA team, fund and related policies to ensure all the county's facilities and programs are accessible to all. This is going to take a while still. She's done a lot. Led the study and creation of the county's aviation department. And whereas Amy Nielsen tirelessly led the county throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, which presented challenge after challenge and required nimble and prompt response to ever-changing economic conditions, regulations, and health guidance. And whereas Amy Nielsen expanded the economic development team from 4 staff members to 2 programs to a diverse division that provides support to the cannabis community, new and current business partners, aviation, underserved populations, those impacted by COVID-19, and much more. And whereas Amy Nielsen has been an innovative leader willing to take risks and try new things, an approach that has earned statewide recognition in the form of multiple CSAC Challenge Awards for the Budget Roadshow and All Hands Training Day, among others. And whereas Amy Nielsen has provided leadership through the implementation of Measure S, a cultivation tax measure, which has been a model for other agencies and a vital source of funding for county infrastructure and services. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes Amy Nielsen's 23 years of service and contributions to the County of Humboldt that have paved the way for the future of the organization that is sure to be right, financially stable, and service-oriented. We wish her well in her new adventures and hope she will remain a friend and partner for the years to come. Signed by Virginia Bass, the chair, who is actually kind of Amy's neighbor, so I'm actually kind of excited anyway. She's going to still be in my neighborhood. Do I need to move that resolution, Ms. Hayes, or can we do that later?
I think that we can do that later.
All right, thanks. The normal process is this is not it. So at this point in time, I would like to turn this over to Alicia Hayes, and she is going to bring forward all of these honored guests we have today.
Thank you, Chair Bass and members of the board. I mirror your sentiments that today is a sad day for the County of Humboldt, and while we are sad, we are also, happy for Amy and her new adventures. I've been with the county for 10 years, and Amy has been not only my mentor, but also a friend. So I will miss you incredibly through the coming months and years without you being here. And we hope that you'll come back and visit us every now and then, and that maybe you'll become a chronic public speaker so that we can see your smiling face every now and then. Amy is the consummate professional. She is poised and graceful and also humorous through all of that, which is our lifeline to getting us through our daily work and being able to manage the strain that is on us and the demands. She has led us through very difficult times, probably most notably this past year through a pandemic. And through all of that, she led a team that held strong and persevered and remained true to their goals and continued to reach accomplishments. And that would not have been possible without her guidance and her dedication to this organization. Amy leaves us a financially strong organization. We have a pension policy that can address our unfunded liabilities. We have a solid reserve policy and a plan to build those reserves up so that we can have a rainy day fund should we so need it. She's also brought to us Measure S and Measure Z, which has brought in millions and millions of dollars to the organization and has been able to provide essential services across the county. So we could go on and on and on about the contributions that Amy has brought to the organization. So I'll leave it there. But Amy, we love you. We're going to miss you, and we wish you well. A true sentiment to Amy's leadership and the impact that she's had, not only on our organization, but on our state, is having Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood here. When they heard of Amy's departure, they reached out immediately and wanted to participate in this resolution. So with that, I will throw it over to Senator McGuire, and then following Senator McGuire, Assemblymember Wood would both like to say something to Amy.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hayes. And Madam Chair, good morning. Good morning to the Board of Supervisors and to the amazing staff. Really grateful to be here. And Assemblymember Wood and I are honored to be able to co-present the Golden Resolution, the highest honor of the California legislature, which we'd like to be able to present to Madam CAO today. And Assemblymember Wood has some remarks in just a moment, and really grateful to be here with him and with each and every one of you. I think that we can all agree that this county administrative officer, Ms. Nielsen, has consistently given back to the county she proudly calls home. She's been the steady hand during times of crisis and during times of challenge. Whether it is a wildland fire, a flood, a power shut off, or a global pandemic, she has truly devoted herself to this county. And she's devoted her entire adult life to the people of this amazing community. Rising through the ranks of county government and now as county administrator, she can look back at her career as she looks to her new adventure, knowing that she leaves the county stronger than when she started. A more sustainable budget, as we just heard, a pension policy, turning around the Health and Human Services Department, moving on the county's most aggressive homeless policy, investing millions in services and housing. When you needed to get something done in Humboldt County, there's one person that you know you could turn to, and that's Amy Nielsen. She's hardworking. She's incredibly smart. She is relentless. Do not get in her way. She's a peacemaker, a bridge builder, and a lover of all things Humboldt. And I'm honored to be able to be here today with the Assembly member to be able to present this resolution. And if it's all right with Madam Chair, I'd like to turn it over now to Assembly Member Jim Boyd to say a few words. Hey, Assembly Member.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. It's good to see you at the Board of Supervisors. Looking forward to the time we can all actually see you in person. I think we're getting closer and closer to that, and very much looking forward to that. I just want to say congratulations to Amy for everything she's accomplished for Humboldt County. Going to Humboldt State and then staying and being a part of the community for all these years, starting out in Health and Human Services and ending up as CAO. I think of this position as almost like a mom who's got 5 children, and you got to figure out how to get everybody at the table at the same time, on the same plate, and to come to some agreement. It's a really, really difficult job, and she's done it with integrity. She's done it with grace, and she's done it through amazing adversity, especially in the last year. A lot of leadership. She's known for policy development and program planning and her fiscal management skills, her administration skills, the leadership through Measure M and Measure Z, which has brought $115 million to the county for essential services. She leaves a legacy that that I don't envy the next person to step into her shoes, quite frankly. And I wish her the best. I hope that her next ventures are successful. And I think you as a board and a county are very fortunate to have had her leadership. And I wish you the best.
Ms. Hayes, can I just break in? I tried to show the resolution. It's very impressive. It just would not work with the background screen, the virtual screen. We kept trying, so I apologize if you heard some activity in the background. We really, it just didn't work, but.
They're very cool.
You don't get those very often. You have to do something pretty special. Okay, thank you, Alicia.
Thank you, Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood. We are honored to have you with us today, and appreciate your time in recognizing Amy's accomplishments. Amy probably sees the lineup of the band members that are on the screen here today, and I know she's really excited to hear from all of them. So I'm going to toss it over to Sean Quincy, who has a little bit to say, and then he'll call up each member at a time.
Great, thank you, Alicia. And so I've been at the county for about 10 years, and about 9 of those years, Amy has been my direct supervisor. And I couldn't have asked for a better role model in serving in my position here. You know, we've talked about a lot of things that she's done, a lot of her characteristics. Amy is whip smart. She is level-headed, and you know, one of the things that you know I tend to fall back on, and you know, very early on in my career, you know, she's always been involved in very, you know, high-level decisions and stressful situations, and even in those meetings where we're in meetings with, you know, people with long titles and things, Amy has no problem with asking the hard questions or the simple questions. What are we talking about here? We can all get involved in all the complexity of things, and Amy has a great way of distilling things down to the very core elements of the issues that we're working on, and that's something that I will take with me in the future to have to be empowered in that way, to distill things down to the core elements. And I don't know, Amy, you're just a great person, and I'm so grateful to have met you and worked under you. So part of my job is to work in legislation, and we have some great legislative advocates with us who have worked with us through some of those really complex issues that need to get distilled down from time to time. And I want to hand it off to Karen Lang and Tracy Ryan to say some things. Karen?
Hey, Amy. I made a video yesterday with my Nelson hat on, but I realized 2 of your legislators are on, so I'm just going to do this live. I'm going to miss you terribly. Monday afternoons, that was one of my favorite 30 minutes of the day, was getting a chance to download when you were able to join. And of course, just at CSAC, you were part of my little lady gang, you know, and we roped Tracy in, and there were a lot of really fun times working with you. And of course, wading through some of the things we've been going through with the pandemic. I really did miss our trip up there to spend time with you. Our dinners were never boring. The Carter House, I think probably we're sort of notorious there at this point with all the cackling that comes from our table. I will miss you terribly. It's very rare to work for a county where their CAO is homegrown and chooses to stay at home. And I know how much you love Humboldt County, and it's a terrible loss for the county that you're leaving, but I look forward to watching you grow in your next endeavor. I'm sure the future has like just the best things for you. We'll miss working with you, but I promise you that there is a chair at the table at the Carter House every time we come up there for dinner to spend time with you. We'll hit the AA. It's my favorite restaurant in Eureka. And I'm just going to miss seeing you at work, but I know I'm going to be seeing you. So.
Well, thank you for having a chance to come and speak to you today, Amy. Amy was one of the first CAOs that I met when I came to RCRC almost 6 years ago. And she held a pretty high bar for all the others that came behind her. And I loved Alicia and Amy at our first conference. We had such a good time. I was like, oh, wow, our counties are so cool. I didn't realize they weren't as cool as Humboldt. So I always appreciate Team Humboldt and Amy's leadership, and especially, you know, her guidance with Sean and Alicia. Her whole team has always been very responsive, and I know it's because it's her leadership. She has always been extremely helpful when I have questions about policy changes and how they affect the county. And it's not only a loss for Humboldt, it is a loss for RCRC, because with her, we were able to represent you better because I understood what it meant to the county of Humboldt and some of the changes. And so I am going to miss being able to call Amy and pick her brain because, as Sean said, I mean, she's so smart and she just has her finger on the pulse of all these big changes and even small changes that are happening. And I know that you are leaving behind a good deep bench, and I appreciate that. And but you are very much going to be missed. But I'm excited. That means that maybe you can come and hang out with us more. So I'm looking forward to that. And also, since I said all these great things, I am looking forward to a new Nielsen hat in the mail within the next couple weeks.
Thanks, you guys. We also have Joe Cron and Hassan Sarsar, who work at Paragon Government Relations, and they help us on all things federal. So, guys.
Well, thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Thanks to the board for having us on to be a part of this this moment today. It's bittersweet for sure. And by the way, I want to mention Amy, the other member of our team, Tom Joseph, is out of town, unable to join us, but he sends his very, very best to you as well. And let me just associate myself with all the prior comments and just say from our perspective, we're very much going to miss you. We have enjoyed working with you immensely. We appreciate that you have been such a strong supporter of the federal program. You've assembled such an amazing team. We've worked with many clients over the course of the past 25 years, and Humboldt County is at the top. Your responsiveness, professionalism is something we wish we could replicate and duplicate across every organization we work with. And so thank you again for all your support, your partnership and teamwork over the years. We can't say enough. We can't do our job without, again, just all the excellence that you and your team put forth with us every day. So thanks for all of that. And again, we wish you all the very best in the future. And we will look you up the next time we are in your backyard there in Humboldt County. And Hassan, if you want to add in anything, please.
I'll just say it sounds like you've got a ton of fans out there. We're big fans as well. We're definitely going to miss you, and we'll keep track of where you go in the future.
All right, thanks, guys. And so I have a quick video, 4-minute video of comments from some other people from around the state and even the country. So, Amy, I hope you don't get too mad at me for this.
Say it isn't so, Amy. I'm just really appreciative of the great partnership that you've had with the CSAC team over the course of your past 5 years as the CAO of Humboldt County. You were always bringing great perspective that was helpful for us to move forward. Clearly a great partner and leader with your board, responsive to them, direct, and always focused on benefiting the community. Really wish you all the best as you leave big shoes to fill up in Humboldt County. And as someone that grew up in your neck of the woods up there, just really proud of what you brought to Humboldt County and your continued give back to the community. All the best to you and your family.
Hi, Amy. Best of luck to you on your new adventures. We will miss you in the CAO world. You have been one of the best and brightest that I've had the opportunity to work alongside. I know that this new adventure will just bring you and your family great things. So take care, my friend, and I look forward to drinking wine with you in the private sector.
Hey, Amy. It's your old friend Karen down in Sacramento. Just wanted to send our best wishes to you for absolutely the most successful, happy, fulfilling next steps in your journey. We're going to be missing our Monday afternoon get-togethers. Really miss seeing you in person over COVID, and to not get to see you again in person in the current job is pretty sad, but I know I'm going to see you again, and certainly when we can resume travel and be up there for work, we'll definitely try and fit in a few extra minutes to spend some time with you. The county was very, very lucky to have a homegrown county administrator who loves her community as much as you love yours. It's a terrible loss for the county, but hopefully this next chapter brings you nothing but happiness and joy and fulfillment, and I can't wait to hear all about it. And I'll miss you. Okay, but I'm not really going to miss you because I'm going to talk to you anyway. Okay.
Greetings from Salina, Kansas. My name is Phil Smith-Haynes, and I had the privilege of working with Amy Nelson for almost a decade of my life. And Amy is one of the most amazing people that I know. She was a true utility player. When I was the CAO in Humboldt and we were faced with some financial challenges and needing to rearrange our staff, she stepped up and served for a period of time as the interim risk manager and learned a whole new field of endeavor and helped us really improve that program. It's been exciting to see the things that Amy and her team have been able to accomplish since I've left Humboldt. The documents that are being produced by the CAO's office these days just go far and away better than anything that was happening when I was there, and I think that's all credit to Amy's leadership. I think it's sad that she has chosen to leave the CAO profession. It's sad for me personally to be losing a colleague, but I'm excited that Humboldt County gets to keep her as part of the community and that she'll have an awesome new opportunity in the private business arena. So congratulations, Amy. I miss you. Please stay in touch.
All right. Thank you so much, you guys. Amy, I'm going to miss you terribly. Thank you again.
We have some other staff on who I think are probably interested in saying something. Maybe if they could raise their hand, then we can call them up one by one. Scott Adair, first at the bat, surprising. Amy, I told him he needed to keep it to 5 minutes or less.
I have to be brief.
It's going to be difficult, but he has been given strict instructions. So go ahead, Scott.
Okay, I'll be brief. Before making the decision to move my family here and relocate to Humboldt County for this current job, I did some digging on county leadership. And when asking about Amy, I will never forget the one person who said to me, "Oh, Amy Nilsson, she's amazing." And when I asked why, the person replied, "Well, she has the best hairstyle in all of Humboldt County." Aside from my interview with Amy, that was my first introduction to Amy Nilsson. Amy, I have learned a great deal from you about public service as I have made the transition from a private sector career to a public sector one. You have known when to be patient, but when to be demanding. You have known when to push and when to pull. And I will never forget that you, Amy Nilsson, will always be the CAO who got us through one of the worst crises in our nation and in our history. And I imagine that it will only be later when we reflect back that we will truly realize the weight that you bore for all county employees during the pandemic. My only advice for future success for you would be this. When you do walking meetings in the future, please slow down, because pleasantly plump people like me are hiding the fact that we are dying just trying to keep pace with you. I wish you the best. I bid you good luck and goodbye, and I hope your future is as bright as your smile. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And Director Ford?
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Amy, I just want to say thank you. I think the main thing that I would just simply say today is I appreciate you as a collaborator. And anytime that there has been something that we needed to work on together, you You've always been there, elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder, walking through the fire. And appreciate that. That's a rare trait, a rare willingness, and that will be missed. Thanks, Amy.
Thank you. Sheriff Hansel.
Good morning. Can I just say ditto from all the previous comments, because they're all just nailing it. You know, one of the ways that we can honor some good citizen or someone who's contributed so much to the community is give them the key to the county. I don't have that. So maybe I can get it from Alicia or something. Maybe we can give it to Amy, but I know you probably want the key to the jail or the key to the Bearcat or the Snowcat, one of those things. And I can't give you any of those things. But what I've done is I've made you an honorary sheriff's office employee, given you a star and a pink patch and also a handcuff key, because you might need that. You never know, you know. And so the handcuff key is in there, as well as a sign that basically says, thank you for your service, because that's what you've done this entire time is you served the people of the county. You served every employee and every department. And it's never been about you, Amy. It's always been about the county and what's best for the county. And I've been so surprised how, you know, through all the crises that we've gone through, how you didn't crack through all these crises. You always kept your optimism, and you may be screaming behind closed doors. I know that does happen, but as far as through all the department heads and through all of our meetings, you've been nothing but supportive and a true leader in all those times of crisis. So thank you for that. We really appreciate it. We'll miss you, but you've left a legacy here, and we appreciate everything that you've done for our community.
Thank you, Sheriff. Director Mattson.
Ditto from me as well. The number one thing I think Amy did was build a team of department heads. We are no longer separate departments. We are one county, and that's a lot to do with how Amy's leadership and bringing us all together. So I wish you great luck in the future, Amy. We'll miss you at CSAC. But I know you'll succeed no matter what you do. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you. Director Beck.
Another ditto. I won't cry today like I did last week. I thank you so much, Amy, for all your support the last 5 years as CAO. All the work that we've done together. Yeah, I'm gonna miss you. Yeah, and I'll be here to support Alicia, so I'll still be here. Good luck to you in all of your future. I know it'll be bright.
Thank you. That's everybody with their hands raised. Is there anybody else from staff who would like to speak? Seeing none, I'll pass it back to you, Chair Bass, for board commentary and then public comment.
Unmute. All right. Yes. Am I unmuted now, you guys? Okay. First, I did want to say Phil Smith-Haynes is able to be watching this today. Of course, he's not on the actual Zoom link, so he can't see all of us. But just wanted to let you know he is here, even if we can't see him. And I even said I'd give him the link, so who knows? Maybe you'll see him in live time. So with that, let's see. I know other supervisors. I did see Supervisor Madrone had his hand up at one time. I don't know if that was an accidental hand or okay. We'll start with Supervisor Madrone since that's the hand I see.
Amy, thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you've done for the community. I'm just going to keep it really short. Everybody said pretty much anything you could say. But thank you for everything and all the best of luck to you in your new endeavors.
Right, thank you. I'll just start calling on everybody. Supervisor Bohn.
I wasn't sure if I'd be able to talk. Ben, there was a lot of nice things said. And I think one of the things that I was bypassed, and I'll go straight to it, is it was mentioned sometimes about her team she assembled. Well, I don't think this is going to be seamless, but it's going to be as seamless as possible because we didn't have to look very far for somebody to come in and take over in the interim. And Amy said that was a good choice with all the people that work over there in our CAO's office. I think we all know it's a big thing, but I've got great faith in Alicia and the crew that Amy has set up over there. We're set up with Karen with the ADA. They have done some marvelous stuff. It was said that Amy is poised and graceful. Tell you what, I've been in that office a few times and the last thing I heard was poised and graceful. I have not had my butt chewed out so bad since my mama passed away. But I'll give you hell and high water that Amy, I mean, it's no big deal. I looked up that financial officer award, you know, the award we got, that is huge. And that's because of Amy's fiscal responsibility, the team she has set up to implement that fiscal responsibility. She's been a fiscal analyst, and I mean, she started out at DHHS, came over from a fiscal analyst and been playing with numbers for 15 years and trying to set us up. And it has played to us well. I don't think we've ever laid anybody off in Amy's tenure. We've had a couple tough years when she was in the assistant CAO and stuff. The respect she's got throughout the state and then with our federal, I can't go anywhere. I'm seriously, Washington, anywhere else with our, the first thing people ask is, hey Rex, how you doing? They all, everybody asks, how's Amy doing? Because they look to her for that, as I always have. I call her my Cliff Notes because I think I've never heard, no, we can't do that, Rex, more from any one person. Am I sad? Yeah, I'm so excited for Ryan and her and the kids because, I mean, she works her tail off for the county, but she lives for her family. And I think that's going to give her this opportunity. This job just doesn't normally allow for that. But Amy, thanks. Thanks for everything. Thank you.
All right. Who would like to speak next? I'm afraid to call on you, but okay. Supervisor Bushnell.
It was nice to hear. I probably have the shortest history with Amy over the last 6 months since I've been elected. And it was nice to hear everything said today and all the accomplishments you've made for the county and for your CAO team. I want to say thank you because I know one thing now, having a brand new supervisor come in is a pain in the butt. And you have to start all over with the new supervisor and all the questions and where do I find this and who do I talk to about that? And so I really appreciate how you've been with me and how you've helped me and how you've guided me to learn my way. It's not easy as a new supervisor. I really appreciate your staff and how willing they've been and also how helpful they've been to me in that process. I also can commend you for always reminding me I work for 5, you are a unit, and that has been driven home and has helped me so far in my 6 months. I am not excited that you're leaving. I've come to trust you and your judgment. I am, however, excited for you and your family. Also, Alicia, I really want to say congratulations also. And I know that everything that Amy has given me since I've been elected, I can count on you for and your team going forward. So congratulations, Amy, because I know that's what this is for you. But I know that our county, will feel the loss for sure. Thank you.
Excuse me. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you for helping put this all together. I want to say, yeah, well, Amy is the only CAO that I've worked with here at the county. And I want to say definitely in my time in government and the folks that I have been around, one of the consummate professionals that I have dealt with at this level. I just want to really put it out there that there's been a lot of stuff that happens in this environment. This is both a large fiscal organization. It has all of the drama one might imagine from local government, as one can imagine. It has all of the fiscal emergencies that you might imagine. It has all the long-range planning, all of these things, both from a landscape perspective all the way down to the pennies. Amy has been a leader and really kept her head on in a way that I can't imagine. Very few people really, I think, have this capacity that she has showed. And I want to also echo the leadership elements of really listening to ideas and promoting ideas and always being there to do the research where if any of us supervisors have questions or directions, she's quick to do research and get back to us with all the things we need, but at the same time, giving us realistic assessments for so many of these things. And I don't know, it's just this kind of level of service is amazing. Here's that resolution. There you go, the one that I think we're trying to put up there from the state. Ta-da! It just echoes really what we often hear when we are at our state level meetings and national stuff. Humboldt County really has a name if for so many reasons in governance, quite frankly. And there's always new ideas coming out of this space, but there's always a willingness also to think about other things and be realistic. And sometimes realistic voice about things come from Humboldt County, and Amy's often been in the center of that. And so I just really appreciate all the hard work and the dedication to our community. So thank you, Amy. Here's your resolution.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson, for that. At least one of us can figure that stuff out. So yeah, the resolution, captures all the, your career at the county, but I think we've heard there's so much more, right? And to have people speak, from CSAC, the organization, and state leaders, that says a lot. Having Phil Smith-Haynes call in, that's pretty special. Because he was a hard act to follow, and you didn't miss a beat. It's been wonderful. But I think about all the things of the last that you've had to deal with. You've had to deal with one supervisor, president of the Rural County State Organization, another president of the CSAC state organization, another one on Coastal Commission. And, it's trying to, I said herd cats earlier. Well, it's even worse when you've got them going off all over the place. And how you manage to keep everything moving forward and not losing your cool, pretty amazing. Okay, maybe you lost your cool occasionally, but nothing like, wasn't bad. Nothing too memorable. I remember being in the Marty Linsky workshop with you, but a lot of people on here don't know who that is, but it's a really intensive 4-day workshop. And basically, leadership is dangerous. And this is kind of like how you survive. But you learn so much about people. And Amy at the time was not the CAO, and she was the assistant, but I saw a lot more of you there and got to know of your capabilities. And so that was a wonderful opportunity to be able to get to know you at that time in a different way. I think of COVID, how crazy it was, not just all of us, but I think you had 2 little ones at home, and did they both break their arms? At least you had 2 2 boys with broken arms during COVID, and then dealing with us during the day. It was pretty impressive. And I know the frustrations. Michelle mentioned that new soups are a pain in the butt. And I hate to break it to anybody who may not already know this. All of us are. That is just part of our job. Our job is to go in, and sometimes we do have to be told, no, you can't do it that way. What? But Amy does it with grace. And I also really considered you kind of a part-time therapist. I don't know how many, and I know it wasn't just me, would go into your office. And that's where we could blow off steam because it was a safe place and there was no judgment. at least not that we knew. So, you know, I really will miss you terribly. But I think I'll see if there's anyone in the public who would like to comment on this item. Which that means I have to find my button to go there. Yeah, I have issues with Zoom today. Ryan, can you show me the queue? Is anyone in there? No.
Yes, Chair. Last 47386 has their hand up.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. If you're 7386, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Bass. This is Mary Ann Hansen from First 5 Humboldt. And I would like to offer my gratitude to Amy Nielsen for her absolute professionalism and clear-eyed leadership. I haven't experienced a different county CAO since my tenure here at First 5 Humboldt, but in my experience, no matter how difficult the challenge, Amy has maintained that professionalism and overall has kept the well-being of our whole county front and center through it all. And there have been, you know, a lot of challenges, COVID not the least of them. And so I want to say thank you, Amy. And I'm wishing you the greatest joy in this next phase of your life. We don't always get what we deserve, but I definitely think you have earned more time with your family, and I'm just wishing you the very best. Thanks.
All right, thank you for calling in, Marianne. I do have my attendee screen up now, and I'm not seeing any more hands up. If you do want to comment, please press *9. We'll give it a few minutes still while we're waiting. All right, I don't see any more hands going up. So we will go back to the board, and I think we do need a motion for the resolution. Yes, Supervisor Bohn. Wait,
Hey.
actually, Miss Nielsen might want to say something too, but Supervisor Bohn and then
Well, just from the county, and that was the last thing I wanted to say. I really wanted to thank Ryan Nielsen for everything he's had to put up with. The 2 broken arms, as you mentioned, and stuff like that. Us holding Amy into meetings too long, and her having to call Ryan to come in from Ferndale to pick up the boys and everything else. I think it's going to be great for them. But this job, weekend phone calls, because God knows the most important thing in the world always happens on the weekend. We have to call Amy to ask for the answer. So I somewhere in there, I think Ryan needs a big thank you. I mean, before she got this job, he had a full head of hair, I'll tell you. So it's been tough on him too. So thanks, buddy.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And Amy.
Chair Bass, thank you so much. I would just like to say thank you to all of the speakers today. And I would also like to say this is completely embarrassing and a little bit mortifying for me. And the 4-minute video, OMG, Sean Quincy. Anyway, so thank you so much. The kind words mean a lot to me. It's been an incredible adventure. I've had a lot of fun. I've met a lot of great people. I have had the pleasure of working with just some of the smartest people I have ever met. You know, Phil Smith-Haynes, Loretta Sands, Karen Lane, Joe Cron, Tracy Ryan. I mean, I just cannot tell you how fun it's been to work with all of you. And the team is amazing. Alicia and Sean and Scott and Neftali and Karen Clower, like they're just all incredible, hardworking people. And with that, I kind of think we should move on because we have a really long agenda and I'm kind of tired about hearing about myself. So thank you. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to miss all of you. So thank you.
Thank you for that. And I'm the chair, so if we want to keep talking about you, we probably will. But I think there may be a motion to accept the resolution.
Come on.
Wait, if we don't accept it, can she not leave? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, and Ryan, may we have a roll call vote?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
No, yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes by.
It'd be hard to say no to it considering everything in it was true, but all right, so we will move on. And as mentioned by the CAO, we have moved item I-5 up so that we can, we know we have a lot of interest from folks in the Garberville community. And so thank you, Supervisor Bushnell, for requesting this. So this is a departmental item that comes to us from Public Works, and it's regarding the Garberville Veterans Memorial Hall project. And so at this time, I'd like to turn this over to staff for a report. I don't know if is that you, Sean?
I think that's me today.
All right, welcome.
Thanks very much. I would just like to echo the support for CEO Nielsen. I haven't had a ton of history with her, but every encounter has been an absolute first-class experience. She's a great professional, great leader. So thanks, Amy. Good luck to you. So today, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I have a brief presentation for you on the Garberville Veterans Hall. So I'm going to share my screen and go through it. I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. I expect that there will be a fair amount of discussion on this topic. Can everybody see that? Okay. So just starting out here, this is a quick summary of the building. It was constructed roughly 60 years ago. It's a single story wood frame structure, approximately 5,150 square feet. We closed this building in 2016 due to mold in the building, infiltration, and some structural deficiencies associated with that. And historically, the courts occupied roughly 37% of this building. So we did some assessments last October, your board, when you approved the 2020 master plan. You directed staff to investigate the current condition of the building. So we hired 4 different consulting firms to look at different elements of the structure. First is hazardous materials and mold. So this is fairly similar conditions to what we encountered in 2016 with elevated mold of various species in the building. We did a new hazardous materials assessment. There is lead paint and asbestos throughout the structure that needs to be abated. The structural system, this is really the only component of the building that could be saved theoretically. However, the structural system still has multiple deficiencies that would require extensive work and further investigation to make sure that that work is appropriate. The building envelope, that is really the exterior component of a building which keeps it weather tight. We had another consultant look at that in specifics. So there's multiple deficiencies there. They recommended really pretty much an entire replacement of the roof and the exterior walls and the windows, pretty much everything which prevents water and weather from entering the building. It's extensively deteriorated. And then finally, ADA, well over 100 barriers. There really isn't an accessible component to this building or to the site that it sits on. So no real surprises there, but a lot of work would need to be done to make it accessible. So considering all the information received from consultants and from discussions with staff and in consideration of the building's history, we have 3 project options here today. The first being a complete redo effectively. So demolishing the building, reconstructing a new building on the site. A new design is possible with this project option, and conceptual full in cost estimate. So construction plus all the soft cost, design, project management, fees, et cetera, roughly $4.5 million for that first option. The second option, which is not recommended by staff, is to rehab the building to the extent that that's possible. So that would be saving the existing structural system, repairing the structural system where it needs to be repaired, and then basically reconstructing everything else. So all of the interior, most of the exterior walls, finishes, site work, et cetera. This is not recommended by staff because it really has the greatest amount of risk in that we would be trying to do selective demolition on an aging structure. Additional costs could arise, or probably most likely to arise in this particular option. And it doesn't really give us any flexibility to improve the building that we have. That option, the conceptual cost estimate is $3.6 million. And then finally, a third option here is to demolish the building in its entirety and reconstruct a new smaller building, which does not have any space for the state courts. There is some verbiage in the staff report about the quarterly payments that would be due to the courts if we did not provide a facility. It's a fairly modest number. It would continue for perpetuity as I understand it. But a smaller building, this is a building that would be roughly 3,600 square feet with a meeting space for approximately 150 people, small commercial kitchen, restrooms, a smaller meeting room, and an office. That comes in at just over $3 million, around $3.1 million. So those are our project options. And then I wanted to close this with just a little spending chart. This is a collection of county spending on veterans halls over the past 5 years. You can see it's color coded there. I hope you can read the numbers. Most of the spending has been on Eureka, of course. I think this is a little bit misleading. The Eureka Vets project was largely funded by federal dollars. That was about a $10 million project. So this component here is just the county spend. So those dollars were really very valuable to the county. We got a lot out of that. But you can see the remaining vets buildings between capital projects, ADA projects, and maintenance are split accordingly, with Fortuna having the biggest share and Ferndale, Arcata, and Garberville comprising the rest in a smaller proportion. But this is not an apples to apples comparison. These are whatever projects have come up. They're not the same projects executed in the different buildings. They are just a total accounting of everything that's been spent. So that is my presentation. I'm going to pause here. We can either go back or I can stop sharing my screen.
For now, why don't you stop sharing the screen for now?
Okay.
And I do have one question, and then I'm sure there'll be others. Also with the Eureka, the Vets Hall, when you mentioned the federal dollars, was that due to the earthquake or a earthquake, since we've got many earthquakes? So, because it seemed like there was something different that kind of provided the opportunity there. And
that is correct. That's prior to my time. I believe the earthquake was 2010. But yeah, that event allowed the federal funding to take place and to fund that project mostly in its entirety.
Okay, thank you. So I do know we have members of the public, but I wanted to find out any questions from the board right now. All right, I'm not seeing any. And I have been briefed by Supervisor Bushnell that we do have the vets on they're on our Zoom, but they're not part of the presentation. They will be speaking under public comment. They'll each get their standard 3 minutes. And am I understanding that correctly, Supervisor Bushnell? Okay, so at this time, we'll open this up for public comment. And I think since we know we've got some commenters there, we'll start with the Garberville vets. And do you have a screen to show us, or are you just going to be on audio? Ah, there you are. Hi there. So what I'm hoping we can do is, so each one of you have your 3 minutes. Just state who you are, and then we'll start the time if that works out for you. Does that seem okay for those of you who are there? We can't hear you, so you might want to, there you go. So does that work?
That works.
All right, so let us know who's the first speaker, and there is a 3-minute timer, and it'll beep, and it goes really fast, but then we'll go to the next person, and hopefully that'll give everyone plenty of opportunity to comment. So who wants to go first?
Oh, I'll start. I'm Jeff Dedeen. There are a few points that I'd like to bring up. One would cover all options, and that's that in the future, when this building is reopened, let's have a slightly different kind of contract so that the vets locally can participate more thoroughly in building maintenance. We certainly could have kept the windows up and so forth, but we were excluded from doing any maintenance whatsoever on the exterior of the building. Similarly with structural stuff, etc. This seems to me that given how far away we are from Eureka, that probably part of why this building has failed and has not been maintained is that people who are told, oh, you got to get down to Garberville, check out the hall. And that check becomes cursory because some poor schmuck is late for getting home and taking care of the kids. Let's not get into the future without some better way of seeing to it that this building gets regular constant maintenance. Now, if we do take down the existing building, one of the issues that needs to be addressed is that we have all of our cooking equipment, we have our chairs, we have our tables, etc. in the building. They're going to have to go someplace. And I think that should be included in the cost estimates. And I hadn't seen anything there about that. And let's see, there are a few, yes, if we build a new building, you were talking about having a general hall, a small commercial kitchen, and an office area. We should have one more room at least, because at times we have counseling sessions that are in conflict with other things going on in the building. So having one place where counseling can go on despite something in the main hall and office work going on amongst the various veterans operations. And I'd also like to see to it that we are going to have a bathroom organization that is big enough to handle 150 people in there for a major meeting.
All right, thank you. And what was your name again? I'm sorry I missed it.
It's Jeffrey Hedin. The last is spelled Hedin.
Okay, thank you. No, that was great. All right, and who would like to speak next? And just let us know who you are, and then you'll have your 3 minutes as well.
I'll go next. Hi, I'm Doug Battles. I've talked with you guys before. I'd like to start off with thanking you for doing such a great job of inspecting the hall and getting a good handle on it. Really appreciate that. I wish you would have let us know it was happening. We have spent a lot of energy since November trying to get our voice heard. So if anything, you guys need to be a little bit more transparent when you're dealing with a partner. That said, I agree with Jeff. Not only do we need an area for counseling, because rebuilding this hall is really not about us. It's about all the veterans that are coming after us for the next 60 years. Because we know that what's been going on in the Middle East has taken a real toll on our military. So the counseling services, which we've not had for years now, is one of the implicit needs of the veterans that are so rural. We're isolated. We run away from society a lot because we don't find you guys very facilitating to our needs. So counseling is necessary. And I think a new building is great. We've always wanted to have the court down here because we feel it's a real asset to the area, but that's really not up to us. It's up to you guys. So that said, and the other thing, just talking to an American Legion fellow over here selling firecrackers and fireworks. He's concerned that the women's auxiliary will not have a place to meet. In the old days, they would meet in the kitchen. And I find that very demeaning toward women. So, and their organization is just as important as ours. So you might think about adding something in there for the women's auxiliary to have a space that they could come in and do their work for our community. I worry that the space you're going to give us without the court is going to be smaller than what we have now. I hope that my fears are not going to come to fruition, but the hall's more than just a meeting place for our community. Okay, I'm done. Thanks a lot, guys. See ya.
Thank you. But let's see who would like to speak next.
My name's Josh Terrell.
Welcome.
I was born and raised here. I was in the Navy, so it made me the right to be in this group. So, but there's a lot of vets my age that haven't really joined, and it took a while for the Vietnam vets to kind of join too at their time. So the hall is very, very needed for guys at my age because they're going to come around in the future. So even though there's not a lot of us right now, there's a few of us my age, but they will be coming. So it's very needed for the community. It's always been here, and it's a bummer that it's not functioning at this point. So, and we really shouldn't get a smaller building because it needs to be able to facilitate as many people as possible for the community and for us, and no lack of space for our meetings and whatnot. So, yeah, hopefully you guys really consider what our needs are and that. So, well, thank you very much. So,
thank you. And then who's next? Welcome.
My name is Diana Totten. I'm not a veteran, but I have 2 out of 3 of my sons that are veterans and a lot of family members before me that are veterans. And I was born and raised here in Garberville as well. And through the years, the Vets Hall has served not only for them, but it served our community for memorial services, baby showers, wedding receptions, and a lot of other functions. And I'm a training officer down here in Southern Humboldt for the fire service. And we're constantly looking for a place large enough to hold trainings. And we're having a hard time finding those kind of places. And we would hope to be able to join the vets in trying to use their facilities and support them in any way they can, or we can. And this, it's a big hole in our community not to have that Vets Hall. So I would appreciate any kind of support the board could give and our community to give to keep this Vets Hall, whatever project is picked to keep it going. So a lot of us that aren't vets are supporting these folks. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see one more person there, but before you speak, I just wanted to say, if you happen to be on the phone and you're listening or watching on TV and you wish to call in, please do it now and press *9. There's a time delay between what the video shows and what you're going to hear on the phone. So if you're out there and want to comment, now would be the time to call in and press *9. All right. Now, would you like to speak as well? No? Don't. Working very hard over there in the corner, though. All right.
We get a lot of help from the community.
Yeah, it's wonderful. All right, so we do have a few hands up. So now we will go to the call-in folks who are on the phone. And again, you'll have 3 minutes, and it's a hard line 3 minutes. You'll hear a tone letting you know you have 30 seconds to finish up. So just be aware for that. And if you are 3053, you can press *6 to unmute. And welcome. Yep.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. I missed part of your presentation because, participating with meetings this way is kind of hard sometimes. But the feeling I have with the Vets Hall, I think the land should be given back to the vets if that's what they choose. And I think the county should also, with that money, give them probably $2, maybe $3 million as a sign of good faith for closing the building down and basically disrespecting the vets, in my opinion. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. And we will go, the next speaker is 3017. If that's you, press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes. And welcome.
Yeah, my name is Genevieve Wilson. I want to read out something that I would like to express to you, my opinion. The FDA fact sheet about recipients says there is no FDA-approved vaccine to prevent COVID-19.
I'm sorry, ma'am. That's not on. This is actually regarding the Vets Hall. We don't have a COVID update today, and that would have been
right?
for public comment. I'm sorry.
That's all. Then we will. I mean, I would appreciate right now we open up. We can have more meetings because all my husband's people, they are vets, so we can start some activity and welcome people, has more cheerful entity and all that. That's all. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, and ma'am, if you can continue, if you still had stuff that were just on the Vets Hall, it sounded like you were going in a different direction. So if you, I saved you some time if you still have more you'd like to say regarding the Vets Hall.
Oh, the Vets Hall, yeah, I'm planning to start, we dance a lot. So we get some meeting back because dancing and happiness will cheer up people at this time of all the suffering people have. And then also when laughing, being happy will increase your immunity. So that's why I'm saying that. And also I will use that opportunity to share with people what's going on right now. I mean, like I said, I'm a nurse. We need to build our immunity up so we'll be healthier to enjoy our life. Yes, that's what I'm going to share with people. I'll leave it for Tuna. So I'm going to start like a dancing every week, whatever possible, booking band. That will be wonderful. So that's what will be on the Vet Hall. Right. Thank you.
All right, and thank you if I had any confusion there. So thank you for sticking with me on that. All right.
And then my husband can add something. He's a veteran.
Okay, well, I'll tell you that later. Well, tell us your name and I'll give you your own 3 minutes. So let me know who you are, sir, and you've got your own 3 minutes as well.
Oh, my name is Charles Wilson. It's been a long time. That's 65 years since I was a vet. But anyway, the thing is, what I see is there's too many veterans because there's too many wars. But other than that, it's nice to take care of the guys that you do have. We would have liked to have commented on the public thing, but it took us an hour and a half to find out how to get through all this procedures and everything here. But anyway, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so now we'll go to our next caller is the last 4 digits of 1495. So if you're 1495, press *6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes. And 1495, are you there? Just press *6. All right, we'll come back to 1495. We will go to 7108. If you are listening and you're available, press *6 so we can unmute you. All right, welcome.
Thank you. This is Bonnie Blackberry. I want to start off with the notice of this very important subject coming before the board. There was an interview on KMUD where the supervisor said it was probably going to come up in the afternoon, and then on the Red-Headed Black Belt blog, the number to call was missing 3 numbers, and anyway, it's been pretty crazy. And starting off with, if you go to the written agenda, this was the 41st item at the very last item. So the process, I imagine there's a number of people that would like to comment about this, on this, but either, trying to get the number or what time it is with the switching times. So I would hope that moving forward, there would be more communication with the community and the vets. So back to the vets. So I guess I'm supporting option A and absolutely not option C or 1, 2, 3, whatever they are. We need our courthouse down here as well as the vets hall. And I think the previous veterans that spoke all would support having our court. So I think you need to spend the money and do it right, because if you put the court in a trailer, that's not going to happen. So we need our vets hall and we need our court. And this has been put off way too long, and this process has been pretty crappy as far as community involvement. So I really hope moving forward that there is more community involvement so you know what the actual needs, and we don't end up with this something like this little mini complex fiasco. So I strongly support the first option, and we absolutely need our court down here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bonnie. And before I go to the next caller, and I'll also turn to Supervisor Bushnell, but I believe the reason we moved this up is so that the vets would not have to wait entirely wondering when the meeting was going to get around to this item. But Supervisor Bushnell, did you want to, I just wanted clarification from you. This was actually done and hopefully as a service to the community and not like we were trying to hide it. So Supervisor Bushnell, I'm just gonna, if you want to clarify that, and then I'll get back out to public comment.
Thank you. I want to respond to public comment of Bonnie Blackberry. Thank you for calling in. I do want to clarify that the number on Redheaded Black Belt is not the number that I gave and must have been a typo, not intended. Also, the interview with Monday Morning Magazine, I quoted it at that time as what item it was coming around. And yes, we did try to accommodate the community's requests to do this sooner than later. And thanks for the public comment.
All right, thank you for clarification, Supervisor Bushnell. So we will go back now. We are going to 1495. I think you are, there you are. Welcome 1495.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah, this is Sue Jacobson, and I just want to say we really need that community building. It's the Veterans Hall, and it for years has served the community as a meeting place. Classes and various things have been held there, and memorial services and Thanksgiving dinners. Anyway, it's really difficult nowadays to drive by that intersection and see the state of things there at the hall. It has just been becoming more and more shabby right before our eyes. And we don't have the power to do anything about it without you all getting behind it and making it happen. So I really hope that you'll also keep it the size it is. It had that wonderful dance floor. I hate to see that gone. And and I hope the kitchen will be at least as functional as the one that has been there. So please listen to the community. That building really is necessary here in our isolated place, and help us out to make this happen. We need the court as well, so let's not leave it out. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sue. And we have one hand left. If anyone else does want to comment and they have not done so yet, raise *9 so that we know that you want to comment. After this next speaker, we will close public comment if there are no others. So if you are 8237, press *6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes. We may have a time delay here a little bit. If you are 8237, press *6 to unmute. Brian, how long is the time delay generally speaking?
Okay, there we are. Hello,
Okay.
my name is Amber Bradley. I'm Amber Bradley. I grew up here and I'm a veteran. I just moved back home being gone for 20 years. I just want to say, sirs, thank you for working on trying to get our Vets Hall back up and open. I have fond memories of having dance class there and helping feed the community. I think these things are very important for community being together. And I just think it's really important. I don't know where the money comes from to help build this stuff and refix this, but I really hope like option A, because that sounds like the best option for space and events. So, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Amber, for calling in, and welcome back.
Thanks. Okay.
So those are the last of the public commenters. So we will go back to the board for discussion and questions for staff. So if you've got questions, and I would say, yes, Supervisor Madrone and then Wilson, and Supervisor Madrone and Wilson and then Bushnell.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I fully support option 1. Very much appreciate the work of Supervisor Bushnell and others on the ad hoc and Public Works and others for getting these estimates together. I think we can probably always do better with coordinating with folks when we're doing things, but clearly our intentions are to try and make up for lost ground here and get something really valuable done. And I think option 1 gets us to a really great place. We got to figure out the financing, et cetera, but that's what I would support.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you. I have some questions about some of the stuff. I mean, certainly option 1 is without any of the consequences of finance or anything else is better to some degree. But I'm with regards to the commitment from the courts to actually to be a tenant in this space. What have we heard, or what do we know? I mean, we're being asked to, we would have to finance that, and I'm just kind of wondering what would be the income if the courts decide not to participate. I have other questions, but I was kind of wondering where we go with that.
Sean?
I think Karen might be the best one to tackle that question.
Karen?
Yes. So if I understand the question correctly, what would the courts contribute to the construction or the modifications to the building? Is that your question, Supervisor Wilson?
Well, either would they be contributing to the construction, and or are they committed to actually occupy and pay to maintain and function in that space?
Yes, so they would share in the cost to maintain the building. That's set in the MOU.
But I guess, does that mean that they would actually occupy it? I mean, I'm just kind of wondering, we have to understand, we're not in charge of the courts, right? And so I don't really know what's the obligation. I mean, if you're a business, I suppose, and you're building a building, typically before you get financing for that, you have either some sort of market study or you have a tenant that's signed up and ready to roll. And so, because this would be build to suit, right? And so I'm just wondering, would somebody move in and actually pay to be there and help in terms of the financing? Because we're gonna have to finance that if we build it, so.
Yes, so the agreement with the courts currently, they would not share in the cost of renting or leasing space in that building.
So as I understand it, the state of California would assume that that is free to them. Is that the same arrangement we have here in the courthouse now?
I'm going to let Amy take this from here.
Yeah. So through the chair, yes, that's essentially the agreement that we have in the Humboldt County Courthouse. In fact, the County of Humboldt pays a county facilities payment to the state of California. There is sharing in shared spaces in the courthouse, and it would be similar in the Garberville facility. I do want to add that the courts have indicated, I believe, used the facility 1 to 2 days a week. The courts, though, have since indicated that they would like the space from 5 days a week, 9 to 5. So we would still have some, I think, logistical operational issues to figure out with the courts in terms of the amount of space and time that they would want to occupy the facility.
When you say they're here, when I hear being there in Southern Humboldt, Garberville or Redway 2 days a week, they're not in the vets hall now. So what's the current situation what's the current situation?
Through the chair, the courts have not provided service in Southern Humboldt for, I'd say, approximately 5 years.
Okay, I appreciate that. So the other question I have with this is, through the chair, is what's the, there's some square footage related to the building, but what's the lot size? Do we have a square footage on the lot size?
I don't have that in front of me, Supervisor Wilson. It is not a whole lot greater.
Much bigger in the building.
Yeah, there's a minimal amount of site. I'd be sort of ballparking it, but it's probably in the 7,000 to 8,000 square feet realm.
And a new development here, would there be parking minimum requirements associated with that don't exist now?
We've looked at that a little bit. I think that the planning path to get this building approved is fairly easy. I think that Supervisor Bushnell has some power in that potential scenario, but hasn't been fully vetted at this point. So if we go down the path of designing a new building, of course, we'd have to go through the planning process and make sure that we incorporate whatever the local requirements are for parking and other site-related issues.
I'm unaware of local supervisor power over the planning process. Can you explain that to me? Because
yeah, I would hesitate to get into detail there because we're just not anywhere close to that part of the process at this point.
Okay. And in terms of the maintenance arrangement that was brought up by some of the vets, which is it's an interesting one. We have that debate and conflict at the Arcata Vets Hall all pretty consistently. Something. I'm not going to say that there's anything done there that has that the county doesn't know about necessarily, but I will say that that the organization definitely does things, and I'm kind of wondering. I know we have issues with the staff, our staff, in terms of union requirements and those sorts of things with regards and other code issues with relationship to having volunteers work on stuff. Does anyone have any idea about that type of arrangement and how that might work here? And is that something we can do in other places, or is that just too complicated for us to get into?
Well, I can speak a little bit to the volunteer labor. I mean, there's a real liability issue with that. So council strongly advised against incorporating any kind of arrangement like that. Our Vets Hall agreements do generally allow for some minor maintenance activities by the vets, which I think is a good idea, and I think is supported by this particular facility and the folks that use it. I think the primary thing is we just need to keep away from putting anyone in danger. So hazardous materials, structural issues related to the building, Public Works really needs to take the lead on issues like that. So I think that if a new agreement were to be considered for this hall, then we could work through those specifics. And I do think that's request to have a greater impact on the maintenance is a reasonable one.
And then sort of the planning for, we've heard some requests about different uses and those sorts of things. I mean, I assume that there are still dance classes. Well, except when I say a current, I mean pre-COVID. I mean, when I'm talking right now, because a lot of things are not happening that used to happen, you know, a year ago. But post 2016, there are events and classes and things are occurring. And I heard, you know, the request about meeting space, and I was kind of what other spaces have filled that void currently? I mean, there's the Mateel, there's the Playhouse. Have any of those places, like, you know, in terms of like the ability to serve these activities? And I'm really actually speaking to like a sustainability issue. I mean, it's like, what can a community of a certain size sustain in terms of its ability to, you know, finance and maintain maintenance of these multiple facilities? And I'm just kind of wondering, is there any idea to do facility planning? Because what I don't want to have happen is, you know, planning through the rear view mirror, looking at something that used to be and then building something new for what used to be versus what is the future. And have we really looked at any sort of like done any facility or program planning discussions, or is that part of what will happen?
I can speak to that last part. So yeah, that would happen if we were to move forward. The programming and the facility, you know, planning would be, that would come out of a dialogue with the veterans, with the community members to see how they need to use the facility. I would imagine that there could be some major changes in how that building should be oriented and how it should work for the community. And so, yeah, you go through that process and design and make sure that you're building something that's appropriate for time and place. And
I'm still kind of wondering about, like, are we, again, the long-term sustainability of community? I mean, I don't know what the demographics are in terms of who we think is going to use these facilities. Is this a community that's growing in numbers? Is it a community that's growing in terms of the, you know, the age and even the demographics of the, you know, the veterans in general? And wondering if there is an expected, do we have numbers associated with that at all?
Sean, do you want me to answer?
Please.
Thank you. So our community has two venue sites, one in Redway, which is the Mateel, which is no offense to the Teal, but it's a little bit pricey to rent that venue. And then we also have the Redwood Playhouse in Garberville, which is changing. It is now Southern Humboldt Healthcare, and they are going to be building a new hospital over there. So the availability of that facility is probably up to, who knows, in the future if it'll be available. We have in the past, my community of Southern Humboldt, where I was born and raised, have used the Vets Hall extensively for community events, baby showers, funerals, dance class, community dinners, community breakfasts, all kinds of things that hall provided. From the time I was 5 years old, I can remember going to the Vets Hall to join community dances and all kinds of things. What the building means to the Southern Humboldt community is community. We have no area in Southern Humboldt that is as important to our community. It's not that it's as important, but what it means to our community and the availability of the future to be able to meet there. I can say the courts are, along with what the vets have stated, the courts are just as important. If they want to come back to our community and have a court system there, it's a long ways for people to travel to Eureka. to do any kind of traffic, any kind of custody, any kind of anything. You come up, you know, an hour and a half for some people, 2 hours if you live out rurally, such as I do. So what that building means to our community is huge. What it means to Southern Humboldt is that we're not ignored any longer. We feel ignored down there, and we have very, very few services. This building would allow for a lot more services to come to our community, to be able to have community events. Central in Garberville, we don't have anything centrally located in Garberville, and I think that it's just super, super important to the Southern Humboldt community.
Through the chair, if I may, I'm not totally unfamiliar with the use of the building. I've used it myself.
It was your question.
But in essence, I mean, what I'm asking is like the future, not the past, right? It's like I've been in many events there in the past, and so have my parents and family members. So I'm not unfamiliar with that space. What I'm asking about is, like, you know, the adaptations that have occurred in the time that hasn't been used. Can this sustain? That's all. I mean, because we obviously had a sustainability issue to get us to this point. It wasn't just the county necessarily. It's also the fact that it's, you know, it is, as was pointed out, a building that's not, you know, that's pretty far away in terms of the sphere of the county maintenance and all those other things, and it's a concern, right? I mean, I'm just saying, and there's a long-term maintenance part of this, and I want to point out too, we do have we're looking to do facilities upgrades for so much of the county at the moment, and so everything that we do and every millions of dollars that we spend on all these things impact our ability to do that, and so this isn't without consequence. I'm just I fully understand the need. I mean, I'm completely.
Mike, the community has stated that they will utilize that facility in the future and help sustain that in the future. In past meetings before I was supervisor, you've heard it. You've heard big community meetings. And to answer your question, yes, the community of Southern Humboldt is willing to sustain that building with utilizing that hall.
I appreciate that. That's what I want to hear. That's I think it's important that we just saying it is different than data at some point too. I mean, I want to make sure that, you know, again, this is part of our financing plan. It's part of our financing plan for all of the facilities that we need to do. The planning departments in, you know, an old building, the building that we're in is also of the same era, and, you know, has a lifespan that we're pushing up against as well. We're all over the place in terms of like where all of our departments are. And so it just, you know, I just want to make sure that we're not, you know, that we have all of the parts in play here. I was wondering, one question into staff is the cost of the demo separately and the planning. I mean, is it possible for us to kind of section this out in terms of where this goes? Could we approve the cost of demo and planning and design, and then at that point make a discretionary decision as to whether or not this is, you know, the way we want to move forward in the future?
Through the chair, yeah, I believe that's an appropriate approach. We could separate demolition and design costs and provide that number as a way to start. You know, I think something like that would be at least a year in length to do. So that seemed like an appropriate measure to take. I did want to just, if I could also, Supervisor Wilson, address one of your questions there about funding for maintenance. I think is something you were sort of talking about. And there is a new agreement that we have with the Eureka Vets now that we've upgraded their facility, where they contribute a small percentage of their meeting revenue to the county that we deposit in a fund to help fund future maintenance efforts. So it's kind of a mutually beneficial relationship there where they have a new, better facility. They can charge better rents for their meeting space, and they put aside some costs that we can make sure are there and grow over the course of time to tackle maintenance projects. So that would be another thing that we can consider for this property if we do,
And through the chair, I have one last question with relationship to that is project partners. Now, we just talked about the Eureka Vets Hall and how, that project brought in $4 to $1. If we put in every dollar we put in, it brought in $4 in terms of outside investment. I don't see any list of partners associated with this particular project currently, but couldn't we be looking for that? And I know there was some suggestions about, instead of co-locating a court here, maybe putting in veteran housing or some other things like that. And I'm just kind of wondering, could we, as part of that process, look for partners or if we're looking at emergency services funding through, the federal government associated with, offering us, if it's a place where we do emergency services and those sorts of things, like looking for partners in this, so to try and help us, aggregate that commitment from not just the county as a sole operator or owner.
And who wants to answer that one?
I don't know.
Well, and Rex, Michelle's had her hand up longer, and then Rex, you guys, or you can go to Rex.
Done.
I just made the yellow sign, but Mike just asked the question, so does someone from staff want to answer it? And then we'll go, to Rex and then Michelle, and then I have some questions.
Yes, to Supervisor Wilson's question, we haven't done, Public Works hasn't done any sort of discussion with other programs or departments about co-locating or trying to build partnerships to help fund this. So nothing has really been explored there.
Thanks.
Okay, so because didn't see your hand, Supervisor Bohn, but I did see you waving, so we'll go to you, and then we'll go to Supervisor Bushnell. That's the great thing about pushing that little raise hand button, because it shoots you right up to the corner. But
yeah, and I don't have near as many questions as Mike did, but Sean, you said it'll take up to a year to demolish the building. Is that what you were saying? To bid it out and demolish? Because I think you're on the right track of, we're not going to rebuild that building. I think we can all agree that we're not going to rebuild that building. I mean, I would venture to say, or somebody wants to take that crapshoot and spend $6.5 million, they can. So the demolition is a big start in getting this out of there, because then it gives us a blank canvas. So as we move forward, demolition, I'm going to go out on a limb. It's going to cost between $140,000 and $200,000. They just tore down the whole Jacobs Junior High complex for $700,000 and some odd thousand. So I mean, 8 times the square footage. So I don't think there's good with asbestos. So I think that's a good start. Parking, I think, as the new hospital gets built, I think you're going to see an increase in parking available for the vets. All of us have been to events there with the same amount of parking that it's going to have. So I think we can go on that. Now, this is more, I'm hearing more community center than Vets Hall, and I think, but it's the Vets Hall. There's going to be about a 30% drop in vets in the next 25 years, just because the war on terror veterans have now exceeded the Vietnam veterans a few years ago. There's just less people signing up, and hopefully, I think somebody made the great point. They'd like to see less veterans, not because we don't love our veterans. It's just less need to have people fighting wars. I thought that was a great statement. So, but the other thing, I'd love the vets to sit down and talk about amongst themselves. What we've done is we've offered the courts to go back when they were doing 1 or 2 days a month or whatever before. Now they're going to want it 5 days a week. 9 to 5 is what they're going to get it. Now you're going to have the same building, but you're going to have that area closed down, quiet, all the other things you've always been used to, but they're going to have it signed up for court. So you won't be able to use certain parts, I imagine, like the old days. So maybe there is a provision about providing the court somewhere else to go, not do away with courts, but just find a piece of property with kind of like the campus we built, but something much smaller, so they're not infringing on your guys' rights and the community events that you guys hold. So that's why I'm stuck between one and three, but I think by the time we get going, and I appreciate, I do know for a fact that this hall was the #1 priority Michelle had when she came into office. Because we talked about it a lot, and she knows, and so she has heard you. And I think right now with this being on the forefront, we're going to get it done. You know, $1 million here, $1 million there. I always laugh like it's nothing. It's a huge deal when you go to 3 million to 4.5. The conceptuals of what we can do with if we go a little bit smaller. I mean, just to make sure. And I think the vets have a great idea. Lawyers don't run the world. They just think they run the world. And so we're always worried you're going to fall, hurt yourself. The normal stuff you do at home, I'm sure you can do on the vets building, and we could sign waivers or whatever the case may be. I know I've got probably a county council's head exploding right now, but if we would let you guys fix the windows, if we would let you guys saw the leaks first. And if you would let, got those taken care of, we may not be in this situation. That and a flat roof that leaks. But we can sit here and talk about this for another hour and a half about how much it's needed, how much it's needed to the community. But I think it's about time, as we've been saying, that we get off our ass and do something. And I'm not sure exactly what we're going to do, if it's 1 or 3, A or C, but I'd like them to look at the conceptuals of what we could do. It's not that we're trying to get out from anything or make it something smaller. We're just trying to make it more efficient. And do you need, it's got a room that's going to have 150 people in it. It's going to have a commercial kitchen. It's going to have a lot of the stuff, the smaller version. The larger version, if it's needed, then we're just going to have to figure out how to finance it. And Supervisor Wilson's right. We got a lot of old buildings, but I don't know if that means, since we have so many old buildings to work on, maybe we shouldn't work on any because we got so many. I mean, the only way we're going to eat this elephant is one bite at a time, and we might as well start eating this elephant with the Garberville Vets Hall. At that graph that showed most of those repairs, like in Ferndale, were ADA. I mean, I had to fight like heck to get it painted. I mean, 3 years to get it painted. And it is a community center just like Garberville. That's where we use it for polling. That's where we use it for, it's used for all those things. So, and now we're arguing about how we're going to heat the thing because it's going to have the same issues you guys have because we have no heaters now. Both heaters are bad. So now we're trying to figure out how to do the heaters, and we've got to get that taken care of. So I look forward to putting this thing forward. We can study the hell out of it. And I guarantee you, if we study this for another year, we come back in a year, you guys are going to say you still need a vets hall. So why don't we start making some moves? Why don't we go ahead and get the process of taking down that old building, which is a liability, which is not getting any better. Costs are just going to go up to get rid of it. And hopefully as we take it down and we figure out exactly what we're going to do, lumber prices will come back down as they have been and stabilize so we can do something. But I'm looking for Michelle to tell us what we need to do down there. I know I get a few people out of the 1st District, our members, and I've heard from coming out of Honeydew, Petrolia, but I do realize that you guys and gals have earned to have your Veterans Hall. The community's earned it. But I also want to realize, you have not been completely forgotten, because a mere block away, there's a $3 million complex going in with a new library, substation, and other county buildings that have opened down. So we haven't forgot Southern Humboldt because it's very important and integral to what we've got going on. It just seems like this has been on the back burner, and I think that has been fixed. So that's my 2 cents worth, probably worth about a penny.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And I do have some questions and comments, but I know Supervisor Bushnell, you've had your hand up. I wasn't sure if you're ready to make the okay.
No, go ahead.
All right, then what I would say is, I still think there's a lot of vets coming into this community. You know, one thing as chair is I get the privilege of signing the letters of all the vets who come back. You know, and as someone who is very familiar with people who are veterans, I think it is very important for them to have a place. And I just wanted to go over some of the things I heard earlier, like regarding for the counseling. I mean, I think that's a complete necessity. I mean, some of these folks that are coming back are seeing things or have experienced things that, you know, counseling is definitely necessary, and you want it to be a private place, right? So I mean, I think that is, however that happens. I mean, I know at the county, we have so many movable walls and systems that we have set up. I mean, I've come in here before and our rooms have changed over a few, you know, like a week. So I'm sure that's something that staff is considering, but definitely an important thing that has to be there. And I guess I would wonder, in trying to do all these, you know, what we're talking about, I would hope we consider if we're going to do any video upgrades, so that perhaps whether we have a meeting down there or others want to use that as some type of facility. Here we're finding in the Vets Hall in Eureka, apparently it wasn't planned in the beginning of the process. And it's a lot easier putting things in, it seems like, when you're building it or planning. So I'd hope that whatever we're doing, we can think ahead of time so that we plan for these upgrades, so that whatever the building ends up being, there is a much higher likelihood that it can be rented out more and for a decent price. I think that's important. If we want to see some return on, some might be wanting return on the investment. I think we're investing in the vets, and there's no, you know, the return there is just, you know, thank them for their service and they're back and take care of them as best we can. But it does have a financial component. So I think whatever we build, hopefully it's something that can be used for multiple purposes, and that they can run out with ease, and perhaps maybe take some of the business, sorry to say this, from the other facilities that are there. I am concerned about the financing. You know, I don't think we've heard anything specific about the finance plan, but I know that there has been work on that. So I do believe we will figure it out if we move forward, which, you know, personally, I think we should do. And I don't know, I think one thing, whether the vets are able to do minimal maintenance or not, or I think they need to be more a part of the process too, because I was hearing in some of the comments that that is definitely a desire and a wish of the group. So I would also recommend if we could have something, a certain type of a advisory board, doesn't have to be very big, but a group of the vets who can actually provide feedback along the way, whether it's during this process or down the road when they're in the facility, because I think that may be a piece that was missing, is that communication and an ability, as I've heard, to kind of feel like being part of the process. So I support moving ahead. I'm a little bit nervous about the money, but you know, I think there's been some good suggestions made. So Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. I really, first of all, would like to thank Supervisor Bohn and Sean and Tom Matson for the ad hoc committee and all the suggestions and thoughts. I had some questions for Amy, if she could come back on. Yep. So we had a meeting with the court system, and they had indicated that they would not be interested in having jury trial down there. Has that changed, or have we gotten some updated information?
They did send us an email indicating that they wanted the space 5 days a week, about 8 hours a day. They didn't indicate for which particular type of service they would be providing them.
So thank you for that. And so through the chair, when we met with them, they had indicated that it would be possible perhaps for them to accomplish what they want with a portable area if we provided some land for them. Is that something they had indicated in that email? That was a discussion we had with them.
They did not indicate the kiosk option in the email. They said they wanted the space 5 days a week, 8 hours a day.
So
that could be a kiosk, but I do believe that was for in-person services.
So when we had with the ad hoc committee, when we had the meeting with them, what they emailed you is kind of different than what they had said. And based on, so the building is around 5,600 square feet currently, Sean, is that right?
5150.
So 5,150, and they occupy 1,900 square feet of space, correct? That's what the staff report says, I believe.
That's correct.
So if with option C, with a new building going up for 3,600 square feet for a veterans hall, the vets are not losing space because they aren't able to occupy the courts. Is that correct? That's the court space.
That is correct. The vets do not occupy the court space, or did not occupy the court space.
So when I understand the Southern Humboldt community needs court and wants a court system down there. I'm fearful that we put out another $1 million to build the option A, and my discussion with them was different than the email you got, Amy, and you were in that discussion also. And I think they had indicated that to me in that meeting that they didn't think that the jury portion of it would be something they would entertain. Maybe they've changed their mind according to your email. But I want to point out with option C that the veterans are not losing space. It just is taking the courts away from that area. And so it would be more just 100% veterans community space. Is that correct, Sean?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's how we did a conceptual program, is that we took the spaces that were currently in use only by the vets, made sure that those were represented in a new program. And then of course, there's going to be some common areas that are always going to be a necessity for the building, but that is absolutely what we did.
Okay, and along those lines, I think that lot is 7,000 to 8,000 square feet. So with the decrease of space, or a smaller footprint of a building, it could allow for some parking in that space. I believe is what we talked about in the ad hoc committee. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate, and certainly accessible parking should be included if we can make room for it. So yeah, I think that would be good use of additionally gained site area.
Okay, so thanks, Amy, for answering my questions. And so with the decreased footprint, if we go with option C, then we would be able to do some handicapped parking, I would imagine, on site. I think would be our priority. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be the approach. Get the accessible parking that's required by code, potentially some outdoor space as well.
Okay.
That's what
so basically, the C option is just for the veterans. It is the commercial facility, the commercial kitchen, the floor, the meeting hall that's already there that I believe is the max. Is the max building space right now 150?
There should be an occupancy limit on that room. I'm not exactly sure what it is. That's determined by the fire marshal usually in the field. But for programming purposes, we inserted, yes, a meeting hall of roughly 150 people.
And when we were talking about this in the ad hoc committee, we tried to replicate what is there for them currently as far as meeting space, commercial kitchen. And so it's not a lot of change to the current Vets Hall capability as far as the Vets Hall taking the court away, which is not accessible by the public or by the veterans.
Yes, that is correct. Just to clarify, I know there were some comments on that earlier. There, in our current program, and this is a conceptual program, so just take that for what it's worth. Design will clarify this and expand on it a great deal. But currently, we're planning the large meeting hall, an additional office for the Veterans Administration, an additional small meeting room, for other purposes, as well as the kitchen and restrooms and storage and a lobby to serve the whole facility.
Okay, thank you. That answers most of my questions for right now.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you. That was a good discussion. And I just, from my perspective, I think if we analyze this in terms of what we have in our code for parking minimums and those sorts of things, that if we make exceptions for parking minimums for this project, which I think we should, absolutely, assuming something moves forward, no matter what moves forward, that we should really consider that in all projects. And really, if we look at the limitations on ourselves to develop and the cost to develop and the cost of parking, quite frankly, in our development projects, then we should afford that to the private sector and other nonprofits in the community. That being said, I appreciate the direction that Supervisor Bushnell has taken in her analysis. I do think that without any kind of real commitment from the courts, I just have a very hard time, obligating the county to that kind of facility upgrade for that section. And that being said, a project, if the board decides to move forward with option C, there could be a dotted line on the ground for future planning. If for some reason in the future the courts decide this is the location they want to be, it's hard because we're not the courts, right? And it's really hard for us to predict that. And also, I want to point out that, or ask that, when there was a request for a location for counseling, right? That's generally a service that has some programmatic element associated with it, which means that there's a potential project partner in there, right? So what programs is that drawing from, and are there capital financing or capital investments that those programs might be able to make in facilities to have access to that? And so that's the kind of partnerships that I would ask that we really, really reach out for. Or if there's an upgrade to the dance floor, right? I know that floor and it's pretty cool. And to get from just having a polished concrete floor or something like that to something that actually something else, but that's another option, another opportunity for project partnership in there. And so I just think that whatever option that the county uses, we really need to draw out as much as we can those partnerships to make a space that's functional and longstanding. And I have to say, like, the timing of that space in terms of when it was built, we have a lot of casualties in those structures from that time in terms of throughout the county, in terms of, the older vets hall seem to be doing better I just think the bones in some of those places are a bit better. This one has had it's been rough. So thanks.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes, through the chair. I want to really say that I'm going to make a motion, and I know that my Southern Humboldt community wants the court systems there. With my conversation with the courts when we met as an ad hoc committee, they didn't indicate that they wanted at that time to come back 5 days a week and said a lot of things. And I know with Amy saying they intend to come back 5 days a week, I think what they had told us was that they would, they could utilize an option if there was property available to them. And so I'm not saying that we don't need the courts in Southern Humboldt. I think that the price tag for the building in option A with the courts, with it being up in the air, I'm not sure is something the county is, or I could get my board to support me on. I know Supervisor Madrone has said that, and I appreciate that. I would like to make a motion to to recommend staff's recommendations for option C to tear down that building and rebuild a veterans hall at the current, I think it's 3,600 square feet. And I know that people are going to think that I'm not advocating for the courts, but I am, and I still think that will come. And what it is going to look like will be some different, but I think this is a way that we can get this building done now and get something for our community and for our veterans, which is the end result. And is it fair? No, it's not all fair. But I do think this is what will work the best for both parties involved.
I'll second with, can you add that this building is to be demolished as soon as possible? I heard a year, and that's our problem. Everything takes a year.
Yes, I will add that. And then also just because the veterans are sitting there, I will work with you guys to be able to get a storage space so that your items will be stored while this is in the process.
And just Supervisor Bushnell, just so you know, do not try to put them in containers. They did that with the Veterans Hall here and they lost almost everything because I had to buy them new pool tables and new stools and everything.
No, thank you for that, Supervisor Bohn. And I really want to stress that I'm not dismissing the courts. I just don't want to build something that's not going to be used. And with the conversation that I had with them, I'm skeptical that they're, I know the email says that, but that is not the conversation that I had with them with Supervisor Bohn and the ad hoc committee.
I'm seconding it for the same reason. I don't think we have a commitment from the courts. And without that commitment from the courts, I think it's a disservice to the veterans to take up 30% of your building to lay empty with no access to speak of and to come and go if they want. So, I mean, we can find somewhere else for them if they went and we will. So,
and I'm committed to that. I'm committed to having that meeting with them and discussion with them to get that service back as soon as possible. But I just don't think they'll utilize the space. And I too want the veterans to have more space for themselves for parking. I think that's really important.
So courts will be Tuesday and Thursday afternoons at the Bootleg every week. Anyway,
absolutely.
I got a second in there.
Thought I heard that through all of that. And Skayo Nilsson.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide a little additional information around the courts. So they emailed us on May 25th and they said their preference is for space for a live court, which will include a non-jury courtroom, clerk's office, judge's chamber, restroom, public restroom, meeting area, and approximately 1,900 square feet. If that option is not available, they would need a hybrid of the two. In that case, they would something in a couple of locations such as Garberville or Fortuna, or another hybrid option would be the secure kiosks for things like such as paying tickets. What I want to remind your board is that you have an agreement with the state of California to provide space. And so one of the things that's contained in that agreement is some land conveyance language. And so one of the other emails that we received from the state of California was that they have some modular courtrooms that are approximately 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, and they can be placed on county property. And so another option may be to place those modular units on the sheriff's substation once that is demolished. And then the courts then also let us know on June 16th that they anticipated hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I just want to make sure that we all have the same information and that we're all clear that we still have an agreement with the state of California, and that we will need to work through that.
And I have a question I just wanted to ask Amy regarding this, CAO Nielsen regarding the state of California and the courts. And I know we have an obligation are we all obligated to as many courts as they want in whatever locations they want? I mean, because I don't know what other pieces there are, but I mean, do they choose a community they want to? I mean, I don't know. I'm just wondering, what does that get us into? Which I know we're stuck, it's part of the agreement with the state, but.
So that's not always a particularly easy question to answer. We have been trying to work with the courts. Deputy CAO Karen Clower has tried to identify space in Fortuna, particularly Fortuna City Hall for the courts. Just trying to find another relocation option. We have not been successful. So I do think that there are some potential hurdles with the state of California. You're not dealing with the local court system. You're actually dealing with the state judicial system that is really comprised almost exclusively of attorneys. So because we have an agreement, it could be a little bit tricky. The other thing I want to point out is that in the staff report, it talks about a facilities payment to the courts. And so that's a recommended option that we look into exploring that option to see if we can remove the county from this agreement.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you, through the chair. Amy, thank you for that email filling us in, because that's what I understood too, that they were interested in, could be interested in bringing a portable down and putting it at the sheriff's substation. I wouldn't be interested at this time in entertaining the payment option, because I would like to get the courts back into Southern Humboldt area if we could. And thank you for that. But I still know that my community, the Southern Humboldt community, would like some court services available down there. So I really appreciate the communication. And I also really want to say thank you to Sean for the presentation, all the work he did, and the many conversations he had with me. And my motion is as stated already.
Okay, yes, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to thank Supervisor Bushnell for an interesting analysis associated with the court part of this, because where I think we all want those services in Southern Humboldt as well as Eastern Humboldt, to be frank, because it saves on people's ability, or it saves on not their ability, but their expense and time, and quite frankly, the environment, and to have to drive and to get to those services. It's just a pain in the butt. But also in this current context, the technology is in flux, how these processes are happening are in flux, the hybridized version of what services could be provided more easily than other services, that discussion really does need to happen. And because it's just we're not getting clear messages necessarily, I think it's doing a favor to the veterans in terms of their goals, specifically to decouple that complexity from trying to really get something that's on the ground. So anyways, I just wanted to, it's a good job on that analysis. Thanks.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further?
Sorry, I have one just last question. In terms of the timing of all this, if this board moves forward with the way the motion is, where are kind of the stop gaps in terms of are there more decision-making processes as we move forward? Like, will it come will it be every contract coming back to us, whether it's the demolition, but really like when we get to moving forward with the construction and the design and the final, will that be coming back to the board at some point?
I would advocate in my motion to get this done as soon as possible, but I don't know the process entirely. I think Sean would have to, or Amy.
Well, then Rex has his hand up.
I think the ad hoc can work with the veterans and the people and public works. And I mean, I don't want to pick curtains or anything like that, but I think mainly for what they need for a counseling room could also double as an office. I mean, there's other ways you can make this thing modular and make it work so they can still have all the other events. But I mean, when we get down to that point, do we really think we need the 5 of us to decide that? Or do we think the parties that are involved, basically the veterans have been fighting for it, and the ad hoc could probably speak for the board and get a finished product together and still have to run it through Public Works, the CAO, and accordingly?
I'll ask the CAO the question.
So in terms of items that need to return to your board, I'll speak to the finance pieces because yes, Public Works is going to need some additional dollars to just even begin to work on this project. So the County Administrative Office and Public Works will need to coordinate an agenda item that will come back before your board to supplement their budget. In addition, the county does not have millions of dollars lying around to just pay for a brand new facility. And so we will need to modify the finance plan and then again, adjust the budget. So in terms of the financing piece, yes, multiple items will have to come back before your board. And I believe Sean can talk to you a little bit more about the public contracting process.
Yeah, so the next step for us would be required to come back before the board would be to accept the plans and specifications for bid. So that would be a little ways down the road after the programming, after the design process. We will need to explore the consultants that we use for the project. So there may be another agenda item related to that. That will sort of depend on internal staffing and how we can appropriately address whatever the direction the board gives us today.
Thank you. And through the chair, just as a follow-up on our financing plan, can you summarize the impact that a decision that's being proposed in the motion will have on our financing plan?
Through the chair, it will modify the financing plan, meaning that there would be less dollars available for other projects. And so that also means that we would probably in the future need to create an additional finance plan. And then depending on how much debt your board needs to issue, there could be a bond issuance as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm just curious, built in the 60s, I suspect that there's some pretty nice lumber in the framing of this building, tight grain type material, et cetera. And I'm just wondering, in the demolition, I realize there may be asbestos, there's mold, there's lots of issues with the sheathing and all kinds of things, but I'm just curious, is there any opportunity for working with the vets to do some salvage of what might be some very valuable lumber out of this to be used for other community projects? Just a thought. I hate to see things just bulldozed and burned and piled and thrown away when there's probably some pretty nice lumber in this building. I've never actually seen the building, so I don't know. Just a question to see if there might be some opportunity there.
Through the chair, yes, I think Supervisor Madrone, there is an opportunity to do that. We can, to a degree, specify selective demolition as part of the plans and specifications. So instead of putting that in the vet's hands, I would put it in the hands of a demolition contractor to get those pieces out, but they could be identified and called out in the plans for salvage.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I want to make sure that, and I'll just ask Sean, I believe, through the chair. So in the process of the rebuild, we will entertain the vets themselves to what their footprint will look like. Or do I need to put that in my motion?
No, I think that's accurate. What we need to start with is programming, which is really an accounting of the spaces that the veterans and the community needs in the facility, as well as any of the equipment that they need to operate their facility. And then, accounting for that we will use for the sort of takeoff to begin initial phases of design. So yeah, I think it's an appropriate way to approach it.
Thank you for that.
All right, Supervisor Bohn, and then I think we can vote.
Yeah, Sean, somewhere in there, and unless I missed it, are you talking about immediately demolishing or cherry picking, or most of the guys at demo will do that, but I'm just, are we talking about that? Are you gonna get the plans drawn and everything else? I'm just saying, the quicker you get the building down, the less maintenance we have on that building.
So I
Even though
put
we're
that,
not doing anything, we're less liability, less everything.
that's in the motion, Supervisor Bohn.
All right. I didn't hear Sean mention it.
Oh, well.
Through the chair, just to clarify what I would recommend for demolition, we will need some demolition plans, and part of the reason we'll need that is because there are hazardous materials that need to be abated before we can demolish. So we want to make sure we do that appropriately. It will take a little bit of time, but yes, I would agree that the building should come down quickly, and we can sort of separate that from the design process in order to get there.
All right, I don't see any more hands up, so I think Ryan, we will be ready to do roll call vote.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
At long last, yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Thank you, yes.
Thank you, passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. And I suggest we take a break until 11:40. So we'll see you back here at 11:40.
Chair the CAO.
Chair Beth, may
Yes,
I make
ma'am.
May I make a request that we move up the county considerations after June 15th reopening item? We have Dr. Hoffman and Michelle Stevens and Linda Lee all in the queue,
Sure.
waiting to participate in this item.
Okay, that sounds good. And I think that one will be a little bit longer. So we'll come back at 11:45 in a whole 13 minutes. Does that sound all right, CAO Nielsen? It's the last time I get to call you that, so I'm just gonna keep saying it all day.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. And it comes to us from Human Resources, and it's regarding county considerations after the June 15th reopening of California. And it sounds like we have quite a team with us, so I will turn this over to Director Lee. Does that sound correct?
Yes, please. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, the honorable board members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you this afternoon or this morning. Before I start, I'd like to make a brief remark to CAO Nielsen. Congratulations on your next adventure. I remain very grateful to have the opportunity to closely work with you in the past 12 months. If your actions inspires others to dream more, to learn more, to do more, and to become more, you have done so for me personally. So my deepest appreciation and admiration. And with Madam Chair permissions, I would like to screen share for PowerPoint presentations. And with me this morning, Dr. Hoffman, Director Michelle Stevens, Sheriff Hansels will be joining me in these conversations, and Dr. Jeremy Clark will assist me in driving these PowerPoint presentations. We will make ourselves available to answer any questions to you. Thank you. Next slide. On May 11, 2021, staff came to your board with a staff report at that time. And ultimately, your board gave staff directions to return with a report, what is June 15th will look like, what will be the applicable guidelines for safe reopening. Considering for your board, what are the options to be held in public in person of board meetings, to identify telework options, and to adopt a resolutions approving the supplemental paid sick leave returning retroactive of January 1st, 2021, and to establish a new bank of leave hours in compliance with SB 95. Since that time, your county HR risk management and payroll team successfully processed over 2,865 hours of eligible approval SB 95 benefits. I'd like to say that the changing COVID landscape has been met with many great questions and concerns and uncertainties. Since March of 2020, as a county, as the employer, we have continued to apply many lessons of COVID-19 to adapt and to be flexible. The set of following recommendations I will be seeking to impress on your board: that the complex legal requirements and the changing regulatory obligations continue to present unique challenges to all of us. We as the employer, and how we attempt to navigate the reopening of our work sites and the return of our employees. Next slide. This is a limited timelines of the activities indicated in the last couple of months. The timeline demonstrated a surreal time in the last 3 weeks for your county HR staff. Specifically, CalOSHA adoptions of what we call the June 17 amendments concluded a tumultuous month of board meetings during which it's postponed considerations of amendments, readopted the different versions of the regulations in order to consider the additional amendments that would align workplace health and safety requirements. So in general, these are the next few slides. I will kind of review what are some of the key changes to the June 17 amendments. I would also like to qualify that back in November of 2020, the Occupational Safety and Health Standard Boards adopted its emergency temporary standards. And you will know that I will reference those as November 2020 amendments. Next slide. Some of the key changes to the June 17 amendments are these 5 sets of parameters. What is the definitions of fully vaccinated? What is the face covering requirements for fully vaccinated employees? What are the physical distancing requirements at work sites? What are the requirements for installations of solid partitions between workstations where physical distancing is not feasible? And what are the provisions of respirators to employees who are not fully vaccinated? The emergency temporary standards remain integral to the state's ongoing response to COVID-19, as they afford balanced protections for workers from the spread and the impact of COVID-19, as the state and we here locally continue our progress in moving beyond the pandemic. Although the June 17 amendments will be defined in further part of these presentations, I would also like to note that certain November 2020 standards will remain in place, and they are necessary to continue to help us respond to recover from, and to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. For the county, as the employer, these standards should remain a focal point in our response to ensure a safe workplace for our entire workplace. Next slide. The definitions of fully vaccinated under the June 17 amendments specifically call for the employer has to document a person's received at least 14 days prior, either a second dose in a 2-dose COVID-19 vaccine series or a single dose COVID-19 vaccines. This change is very important as it allows we, as the employer, to accept the employee's self-attestation or certification to the vaccination status. With respect to face covering, the June 17 amendments revise the workplace coverings requirement for the employees. In essence, it provides that fully vaccinated employees do not have to wear face covering at work site, with the expectations that the county, as the employer, must document the vaccine status. Next slide. Physical distancing mean basically removing any regulatory requirements related to physical distancing in the workplace. And as a result of Cal LOSHA change, the employers may now return employees to their work sites and facilities without the need to observe physical distancing requirements. I would like to qualify this here is that this is nowhere in this amendment say that we as the employer cannot continue to recommend physical distancing to ensure safe workplace. We are continue to see cases in our communities. And so further in my recommendations, we'll be talking about what are some of the recommendations that we as a county, as the employer, must continue to exercise. The definition of solid partitions between workstations, basically, again, removing any physical distancing requirements, such as the partitions, the barriers between the workstations where physical distancing could not be maintained. As a result of the Cal LOSHA changes, employers may now remove those solid partitions. Next slide. And finally, what is the provisions of respirators to employees who are not fully vaccinated? The June 17 amendments clarify that the employers, we as the employer, need to provide respirators to employees who are not fully vaccinated if the employee requests such device. And I will talk more about that at the later presentation. Next slide. So I'd like to take this next few minutes to kind of go over what is the face covering and the vaccinations documentation status will look like for us as the employer. In the staff report, there are two options for your board to consider. Option one, to maintain the requirement that all county employees, regardless of vaccination status, to continue to wear face covering. Or option two, to implement a vaccination self-attestation acknowledgement form. There are many legal issues implicated with this COVID-19 vaccination status. With the recent adoptions of the June 17 amendments and the allowance for fully vaccinated employees, the county, as the employer, must now consider how we will manage the employees at their work sites and facilities, and whether we will make any distinctions between employees who are fully vaccinated and who are not. There are many employment laws. To name a few would be the American with Disabilities Act, the Fair Employment and Housing Act, the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act, and the Confidentiality of Medical Information Act. We, as the employer, if we exercise to implement these self-attestations, we need to take great steps and measures to protect and preserve the confidentialities of the employees' medical information. Under the ADA, the Fair Employment and Housing Act, and Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, certain employees may be statutorily entitled to refuse vaccinations because of qualifying disabilities or because of sincerely held religious beliefs. Taking adverse actions against employees who refuse to be vaccinated may implicate such equal employment opportunity laws and will create potential liability for us as the employer. While the self-attestation form is a voluntary program, it inherently provides employees a right to refuse to participate. We as a county must be mindful not to engage in any conduct that could be perceived as disadvantaging or discriminating against employees who refuse to be vaccinated and who are statutorily entitled to refuse such vaccination. Furthermore, under the ADA and the Fair Employment Housing Act, employers may request employees to provide documentations. Such requests are permissible, but it needs to be done with great care. As a result, staff has recommended or developed a self-attestation acknowledgement form, which is the least intrusive of information regarding medical information of any employees. And you can find the self-attestation acknowledgement form in the attachment 4 of your staff report. There are many important limitations as the employer. We cannot request additional information or clarifications, even though we may have a rightful request to submit vaccination documentation. But if we start digging into more questions as to why and why not to the employees, we are treading very lightly into the areas of disability related questions. And as such, the employer, we risk turning a lawful request, such as a vaccination documentation, into an unlawful disability related injury. If the employee refuses to provide any documentations of vaccination status, the county must treat that employee as not fully vaccinated. And according to the CalOSHA June 17 amendments, the unvaccinated employees must wear a face covering. And there are exceptions. For example, if the employee has a medical condition that prevents him or her from wearing that mask, we cannot enforce the unvaccinated employees to wear a mask. There are many, many parameters that we have to be careful how we go about implementing this. I did a poll of all of the 58 counties in California. 68% or 39 counties indicated that vaccination is not an employment requirement. It is my professional recommendation that the County of Humboldt takes the same approach and actively educating our workforce by encouraging rather than demanding, requiring. We demonstrate our commitment to our employees' safety and well-being. Finally, across the nations, employers have exercised many creative incentives for vaccinations. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission provides the federal equal employment opportunity laws do not preclude any employers from offering the employee incentives to provide vaccination status documentation. Again, here in California, of the 58 counties, 68% or 39 counties indicated that they do not provide incentives for vaccinations. Employers who elect to incentivize employee vaccination should be prepared to provide notice of the incentive program and the opportunity to bargain the incentive with the employees' bargaining units, because the incentive constitutes a benefit, and a benefit that would require a mandatory subject of bargaining under the MMBA. We need to also be mindful that such incentive program may also violate EEO laws if it is discriminate or appears to discriminate against employees who, under the ADA, the Fair Employment Housing Act, or Title VII, who are unwilling or unable to be vaccinated because of medical or religious reasons. And additionally, employer should also be cautious about inadvertently implicating other laws by structuring an incentive program, because those incentive programs may violate other competing state law. Finally, why do we do all of these vaccination self-attestations, and what parameters we in HR must take to protect and to preserve the confidentiality? Because the employee's medical information is critical to ensure that preservations and protections under the Confidentiality Medical Information Act. Once the county obtains such documentations concerning the employee's vaccination status, the information constitute confidential information under both the ADA and the Confidentiality of Medical Information Act. Furthermore, the amended CalOSHA regulations protect our employees' medical records implicated by the regulations and only permit disclosures where expressly permitted or requested by law. Once the county is in possession of such confidential information about the employees, we as the county is subject to strict statutory obligations related to the protections and preservations of such information. I'd like to talk about physical distancing requirement. Nothing in the June 17 amendments require the county from continuing to implement additional protective measures than are required, including the use of physical distancing and barriers. However, physical distancing requirements will be implemented during an outbreak when we have 3 or more employees in an exposed group. Then the county at that time is required to evaluate whether physical distancing or barriers are necessary. Physical distancing and barrier will be implemented when we have a major outbreak constituted of 20 or more employees in an exposed group, regardless of vaccination status. Virtual Brown Act meetings. In the past 14 months, under Executive Order N2920, your board has been meeting via video conferencing, and a lot of the parameters regarding the Brown Act. I'm sorry. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Regarding this Brown Act meetings, we've taken measures to ensure that the county is in compliance with the governor's executive order issued in March of 2020 under N2920. With the executive order issued by Governor Newsom on June 11th, Executive Order N0821 sets a date of October 1st, 2021 for public agencies to transition back to public meetings held in full compliance with the Brown Act. At this time, it is recommended that your board continue to hold public meetings via telephonically and over video conferencing until September 30, 2021. This will give your clerk of the board, county administrative office, and county council sufficient time to kind of review the further implications of the executive order N0821 when it comes to this Brown Act meeting. Next slide. The temporary teleworking policies. In March of 2020, we as a county, we face an unprecedented steps. How do we move forward to maintain service delivery to our community, but at the same time balancing the safety and the well-being of our entire workforce? Through your leadership, through the county's executive office, and through county council's leadership, we have developed what we call a resolution number 2020 adopted by your board on March 16, 2020 on temporary teleworking policy. In the last 16 months, our work life has changed dramatically. There is now an opportunity for county HR, the county administrative office, and other departments to really come together and to develop a conversation. What does post-pandemic office functions, work schedules will look like? At this time, county HR recommends that we continue to exercise the interim teleworking policies for remote working to be in place for certain employees who has an accommodations request. There may be other challenges that they may need to exercise and to have that engaged conversations with their immediate supervisors, managers, and their directors. So until county HR return to your board with a recommended teleworking options, it is my professional recommendations that we continue to be agile, be flexible, adaptable, and allow staff to exercise the interim teleworking policy as appropriate, as needed, as directed, and as supported by the department directors. Next slide. Finally, face covering for visitors to county facilities. I talk great length about the face coverings and the vaccinations documentation status for our employees from the perspective as the employer. Now let's talk about our visitors coming into our county facilities. The county of Humboldt, as the employer, must take actions to protect the health and well-being of both our employees and our patrons, and to control the spread of COVID-19 in accordance to the expert guidance. The N 0821 amendments basically gave guidance to businesses. So if we now look ourselves as businesses, there are 3 recommendations settings where masks can be required for unvaccinated individuals. And again, we as the employer may choose to request the patrons, the guests, the attendees coming into our office, our facilities, to provide some kind of a vaccinations requirements, such as self-attestations that they are fully vaccinated or that they meet the approved masking exemption prior to entry. Or we can implement vaccine verification to determine whether those visitors are required to wear a mask or require all patrons to wear masks. For the simplicities of managing and implementing and coordinating this countywide in 19 departments spread throughout the entire county and our regions, it is my professional recommendations that we require all patrons to wear masks. And if this is the directions of your board, staff would be working with the county administrative office, the sheriff office, or the JIC to develop proper signage for posting throughout the county facilities. And with that, I conclude my staff report. I am available for questions and answers, and I encourage my colleagues, Dr. Hoffman, Director Michelle Stevens, Sheriff Hansel, to join in these conversations with your board. Thank you for your time. And if that's okay, we can go back to the share screen.
Okay. Thank you, Director Lee. A lot of information. So we do have some other folks on, Dr. Hoffman or Michelle or the sheriff or anyone else from the team. Anyone want to add additional comments?
Sure. I just wanted to say, we're just here to answer any questions from a public health perspective, primarily. Of course, wearing an employer hat, I also have ideas and considerations regarding the recommendations as well, but I'm sure the department heads do as well and might chime in as well. So anyway, we're here to support, answer questions from a public health perspective.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think Director Lee's presentation was very comprehensive and covered everything very well. So as Michelle said, we're here for any questions and to support in whatever decisions that you need to make.
Okay. Well, and then I guess my question, because I was looking at Sheriff Hansel nodding his head, I think when Michelle had mentioned, having your own thoughts about how this works within your work group, I think those are important perspectives for us to hear as well. So, if any of the department heads that are on here wish to, share their thoughts on how this may or may not, or what might be best in their departments, that would be a welcome addition to the conversation.
I can, yeah, thank you. Number one, I think
Director Lee did an outstanding job covering all of the nuances of the OSHA as well as the orders coming down from Sacramento. You know, obviously throughout this whole pandemic, this messaging and keeping our employees safe has been the utmost priority for the county. And so I think the county's done a really, really good job. And so I would just be in support of the self-attestation. I think that's probably, I think that's the recommendation of Human Resources. I think that's the smartest and the most feasible for the sheriff's office to go in that perspective. I know OSHA is requiring at least one of those options, and I would be in favor of that, the self-attestation. As far as protecting our employees and what we should do as far as individuals coming in with a facial covering, you know, I would personally like to see the same kind of messaging that we do for businesses. There may be some different rules for different county offices and how people are exposed. So I think making a blanket policy for all county buildings may be problematic, but giving the directors of each of the departments the option to, you know, require facial coverings based upon the contact and those kind of things with the public. I think that should be up to each individual directors or electeds to determine how, you know, what they should require coming into one of the county buildings. But I'm here to answer any questions that I can answer at this time.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions at the moment? Any supervisors? Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I have a question for Director Lee. The sheriff just mentioned the concept of letting different departments have different rules. And I was just kind of wondering, like, how does that play into the discussion in terms of treating all the employees the same? You know, it's like I just don't know, like, how that would be reviewed in terms of employment law and also in terms of maybe even our union contracts.
I think through the chair, I believe Sheriff Hansel's recommendation is for contacts with the patrons or visitors coming into the specific work sites, because each operation has a different unique boundaries of interactions with the patrons. Then it is best for those 19 departments to follow the guidelines as recommended by Cal-OSHA amendments, whether the patrons coming in can self-attest that they vaccinated, or certain environments such as public health, medical facilities, all patrons would need to be wearing a mask. But from the employer perspective, as we regulating the self-attestations, I believe that the directors here are recommending and supportive of self-attestations for all county employees.
And as a follow-up question, has there been any financial analysis of the cost of the self-attestation program versus the status quo, which is right now masking? And so what are we paying as a county or what would we pay to go down for that program to accommodate unvaccinated people?
Through the chair, the financial implications here, I would qualify that as a soft financial impact that would mainly reside here in County Human Resources, where we need to set up protocols to ensure every single self-attestation form received in our office is preserved and protected under the Confidentiality Medical Information Act. Should your board adopt the self-attestation option, I will be following up with a series of documents and guidance to the departments to ensure that they can have the engaged conversations with their employees, but all the forms will come to us. From a financial standpoint, when you talk about automations, I would have to say that we have to take great care to understand whether our IT infrastructure is set up to be in compliance with personal identifiable protection, the IPP, and the confidentialities and the encryptions. So I would have to resort the conventional way of just basically collecting the self-attestation form via inter-office so that there is no internet footprint in our system, there where we can preserve that confidentiality for the employees. The other financial cost, soft cost, could be if the unvaccinated employees request to have face covering. Under the Cal-OSHA amendments, we as the employer must now provide the N95 mask to those unvaccinated employees. And I appreciate Director Stevens' generosities in allowing county HR to have a crate of N95 masks. We will make those available to the departments. And if only the employee requests such mask, we will make available to the employees. But then that would also require an additional time on county HR part to develop training protocol so that we can meet the Cal-OSHA standards. So as you can see, the financial implications is basically right now all within the county human resources staff. We have been on this juxtapose between COVID tracing, contacting, worker compensations compliance since last November, and we will continue to do so. If and when we see exposures or we have been received communication of such exposures in the workplace, my staff will also need to be involved with public health to continue to do that public contacting and tracing and notifications and meet all of the compliance. It is a very complicated program as we are now trying to put together some kind of a parameters for post-pandemic. So the soft costs are basically all of my staff time, all of my time. But it will also be a lot of our departments because collectively we cannot implement this program without the collaborations and the coordinations and the support from all 19 departments. And so we all are moving forward to comply with this latest June 17 amendments to the best of our ability.
I have a question if I can. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Rex, I didn't see your hands to the side. If you would push the button.
No,
yes, please, Rex. No,
I thought, no, I'm fine. I just thought the 17 was going to open doors, and it sounds like it's slamming more doors. I mean, it's personal attestations. I agree with that. We're talking another 90 days. I want to know how many people we're going to put up here at security to tell people they have to have a mask on. I mean, I'm sorry, you know, our public health director says we're going to have another surge. And, or I saw it in the paper. I don't believe everything in the paper, but you said there was going to be another surge, and I'm still waiting for all these surges. I think we're trying to tell people to get vaccinated, but there's no benefit from the vaccination because you're still going to have to mask and have a sneeze shield and all this up. And I hear post-pandemic, but in all honesty, we're never going to have a post-pandemic because not 100% of the people are going to get. There's going to be variants, and then there's going to be more variants and everything else. So I figured there was going to be some sort of reward or something as we get to more people vaccinated, but it sounds like we're going to stay in this emergency thing. And the masks, I mean, we can get masks from the federal government because we're under an emergency situation, I think. I was reading. So, I mean, I think the soft costs, and I think the departments, I don't know how much time. I mean, we're going to have to train people how to put a mask on 14 months after this whole thing started. I hope to God they've already known how to put a mask on. I'm just saying. He said we're going to have to train people, and I'm going, my God, they haven't forgot already, have they? I'm just saying you're putting the fear of God in us, and I just don't know if we need the fear of God. Maybe we just need to trust in Him a little bit more. I don't know.
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for your questions. And I can say that with the N95 mask training, again, these are the protocols set by Cal OSHA. If and when they conduct any site audit, we in HR, as the employer, must verify that we're taking steps to ensure that we are in compliance with Cal OSHA to prevent any fines. As you will recall, last fall, we were, there was a barrage of a lot of Cal OSHA penalties, complaints, and the entire county HR swiftly took steps and actions to mitigate. And because of last fall, where we have the firestorms, we've also created a N95 proper donning and doffing of N95 masks. We can very quickly reinstitute that training program. But these are the standards and these are the requirements that, unfortunately, HR professionals across the state are now being challenged even more because of other competing employment laws. It is my sincere hope that the actions that your board will be taking today will be balanced between what is this June 15, June 17 will look like to ease some of the requirement for facial covering, but do know that if we go down the path of self-attestations, your county HR will ensure that we have safeguards and measures in place. And I am committed to work with all of the department heads to provide the education, the opportunity for increased campaign communications so that we move forward, that we take a very soft, understanding, empathetic approach. And to take that middle path, I think that will prevent us from any potential litigations. And oftentimes in the next few months, I am confident that Cal OSHA will come back with more standards, and we will need to continue to be flexible to move forward and implement those standards as appropriate.
So if it's all right, Supervisor Bohn, your hand's not up. So my question is more right now regarding the board meetings. I mean, I think our clerk of the board actually, well, maybe not, but from what I'm hearing, I think would really support trying to get back in there. And I, you know, as being someone who's trying to monitor these meetings all the time, I can just tell you being in person would be such an improvement in many different ways. So I'm curious, can you provide a little more information about what you're really suggesting with continuing the virtual format? And if you're considering something this similar to what we're still doing now, I also would like to know how many other counties are all still operating complete Zoom. And maybe they're not. That's why I figure you've probably done some of this research. So that is an area I'd like us to look at, because I think people have kind of forgotten how to, I mean, not necessarily the board, but people have forgotten how to interact with each other. And I think it's really time to get back to that normal piece of the world too. So this is my personal feeling on that.
Well, through the chair, I can offer very broad answers, and I will be looking forward to Dr. Hoffman or Director Stevens for more guidance. The physical distancing requirements under this June 17 amendments is basically say that, yes, we can remove physical distancing and barriers and partition. However, when you have a large crowd in a room, you still would need to have some kind of protocols in place. And whether do we have enough circulating ventilation? And how do we monitor incoming patrons? Do we require them to wear a mask? Things like that. All of those needs to be thoughtfully reviewed and assessed so that we can develop a very strong communication plan with sufficient public noticing in front of the board chambers room so that there's an expectations. And if you have a large crowd, do we have a second conference room, kind of like a layover, so that people can view and participate? The N0821 specifically call for anything regarding to Brown Act public notice has been suspended and will continue to be in place until September 30th. So if your board choose to have video conferencing, the notifications and the process of those public notice must still be in place. But I will return this to Director Stevens and Dr. Hoffman and the chef to add their recommendations or thoughts regarding that. Thank you.
Thanks, and I would appreciate that. I guess my thoughts were I would have thought we were kind of thinking about this through the months on the way to where we are today, because I know it's been a big topic of conversation, but I know there's a lot that has to be done. Do any of the other, Michelle or the sheriff, Dr. Hoffman, want to share their thoughts on, just a piece about getting this board back in session in the room?
Yeah, I'll add a little bit to the discussion. So, I think when we think about the public health measures and what we want to do is we want to offer at this point recommendations, right? Previously, these were requirements because of where we were at in the pandemic, because of what was at stake with protecting the public health, protecting specifically our medical system that was potentially going to be overwhelmed. So there were requirements because if we had a surge of patients, we could easily flood the hospitals and not be able to take care of those patients. So we are well beyond that. And now we're at a point of protecting public health in a different way, more at an individual level. So that's why public health has backed off on a lot of these requirements and made them recommendations, allowed for more permissiveness around things like masking, distancing, and physical barriers. That does not mean that those things do not still help reduce risk. They do. So every one of those layers will be a layer of safety in a public space that could be added to protect that public space. So, starting with something like a mask would be this something that could be done as one layer, adding things like physical distancing, things such as physical barriers. These are all each layers. One other piece that is also recommended and is in Cal OSHA is ventilation. And so there are specific regulatory requirements in the Cal OSHA about looking at the ventilation and trying to increase ventilation capacity in workspaces. So that would be another thing for the Board of Supervisors and for all the workspaces around Humboldt County to take a look at. But ultimately, as Director Lee has said, this comes down to an employer decision. From a public health standpoint, we support any of those decisions, whether they are on the more permissive side or on the more restrictive side. I think it's just, again, those layers of safety that we're adding to protect individuals who are in that, both the employees and the customers that we serve.
Thank you. Any of the supervisors have any questions at this moment? Supervisor Wilson?
For me, maybe the most frustrating part about this is that for 99% of what we're doing here is we're protecting unvaccinated people from other unvaccinated people. And so that's really what's happening here. So, and this is a lot of administrative and bureaucratic response, both at the state level and locally, to do this. It's a cost that there's a direct cost associated with our rate of our lower rate or of vaccination, and we're feeling it in this current context, and it comes with a liability that we still carry as an employer to those people who are vulnerable. Yeah, we do have some people in our organization that are vaccinated and yet still vulnerable due to medical reasons and those sorts of things. I want to acknowledge that we really have those people in our organization, but by the numbers, the folks that are getting seriously ill and some are dying are unvaccinated people, and that's where our biggest risk lies. So whatever we do here, I just again, I'm hoping we get the solution is there. This is a completely preventable situation. It's really human behavior that we're having to have to adapt to in the current context. And the simplest option physically is to just everyone keep wearing masks until such time, but culturally we just are having such a very difficult time with that because of the opening, and it's just causing a lot of mental stress and strain on people, and that's the hard part. So the adaptation we're going to make is this is somewhat cumbersome and bureaucratic response to do these forms that everyone's going to have to fill out and be managed through HR, which I'm willing to do. I think it's just a cost, but I do see that the cost of having people getting upset at each other is just not worth it. So I'm willing to take whatever road this board wants to take to get us there. The meeting stuff is just going to be very complicated. I mean, I know that Sonoma County has had some hybrid stuff, but I don't know if they actually have the public come into the space. So I just know they have a couple supervisors in there, and some are out external, and it looks very complicated. So as we know, that doing one way was one way of doing it. Doing the way we're doing it now is another way. Combining them is just causing complications. And I think the more we keep pushing to hybridize before we get to this place where we just keep hitting that wall. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. And I'm not actually suggesting hybridizing. I think that is a nightmare. So I would just like to get back in there. Any Supervisor Bushnell or Madrone have any questions yet? Supervisor Madrone? None from McPhail?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I have to say, yeah, I agree with Supervisor Wilson. This is super complicated, and we're all still trying to figure everything out. And as soon as we kind of settle out, then we jump into another thing. But I just wanted to say that I felt that the staff report that was put together, kudos to all of those folks, and I believe Director Lee, you headed that up. It was one of the best reports I've ever seen, and it really lays out our options very cleanly, very clearly with 1, 2, and 3 as recommendations. And I actually support all 3 of those recommendations as they were written by staff. I think it's the best solution for right now. I mean, eventually we're going to have to open up and figure all these things out and stuff, but I wanted to thank staff for providing such a clear layout of all the various options. And I also want to say that I hope that we can adopt teleworking as a permanent policy where it works. And I realize staff will be coming back to us with some recommendations, but I really want to see that as much as possible left up to supervisors and department heads and stuff, because we always talk about what can we do for our employees? How do we show them that we care about them, that we really value their service? And I know for a fact that there are many people who can work effectively from home. And if that provides them with an increased benefit in managing their lives and seeing their families and things like that, and they can be productive, then let's do it. So I look forward to that policy recommendation coming back to us in the near future. But I just wanted to say thank you for an excellent report and for guiding us on these recommendations.
Okay. I don't see any other supervisors' hands up at this moment. We do have one hand in the public, so we'll go to public comment. If anyone else who is listening wants to comment from the public, press *9 so we know you want to make a comment. So it'll be 3 minutes, and we have 3017, and I think that might be Genevieve. You guys might have got that name right. Let's see. Press *6 to unmute, and welcome.
My wife had a comment too separately, but the thing is, this is Charles Wilson. I've followed this for a number of years. I'm getting sick of all this fear of government and the media, and the government has completely lost our trust and confidence. I'm tired of all this nonsense that we get from this from government. Here we have an unapproved FDA vaccine, which is given on an experimental basis, and if we get a PCR test, which is still essentially experimental, and which is if we essentially have to prove that we're healthy in order to go anywhere. What I see is a big democratic connection to use the media and the government. All this stuff here, we get the Democrats say they want to have 80% take the vaccines. The Republicans don't want to have the 40% vaccines. Okay, so that's a 2-to-1 ratio in any public meeting. I voted for, tried to be a nonpartisan independent at one time, and Pat Brown shot me down. My idea is to start a new party, none of the above party, but I can't have to get through that eventually there. But anyway, it's the vaccinated people should wear the masks the same as the unvaccinated people, because just like the vaccinated people they're asymptomatic and they can transmit the bacteria, the viruses, just the same as the vaccinated. And essentially what you're doing is just like with the Jews during the Nazis. I'm 86 years old and I'm tired of this nonsense. The big lie is too big a lie, and I'm tired of it. And anyway, that's my comment there. And can I give my wife another separate time to do something for herself?
Yep, I'll start her time over. She'll get 3 minutes when she starts speaking.
Okay, thank you. I'm a nurse for 45 years. So a lot of these things, because there's variant are caused by people have the vaccine. You know, a lot of people, we don't have so many cases of positive before the vaccine started. And now when they have the vaccine, you have the variant. Variant is caused by the vaccine, but people are blaming the unvaccinated people. So why do we have MRSA? MRSA or because people using the antibiotic very carelessly. So that's the same token. This is scientific. And how all the medical doctors, nurses, and then they go to that kind of statement, that's just totally wrong. So many places you have variant because of the vaccine started. We need to build our immunity up. That's the basic point. People say the vaccine give you a specific antibody, but when your body have an immune system, it will give you non-specific. That means when you're counting something against your body immune system will apply to it. So now you have a specific immune system by the vaccine. So they only target the COVID. So now the COVID-19 evolved into a variant. So you need another vaccine. So we'll keep doing it. I asked about 45,000 people in 15 years. 80% won't take the flu shot because the flu shot is only 15 to 10% effective. So right now we're going to have every year to make people to take a COVID-19 vaccine. You need to trust your own immunity, build your immunity up. So what I mean, take your vitamin D, 4,000 units, plenty of sleep, and then also fluid, wash your hands, then good ventilation. If you have COVID, laying in bed, but get up, walk around. And then you need to stay in a prone position so you won't get pneumonia. And drink a lot of fluid, good old measure. And you have problem, you need to do some exercise, and be think positive. Laughing, it will increase your immune system. Basic point, your own immunity that will keep you from all this. We've been locking down. You have state of Texas, they're not locked down, but their business booming, there are less people die. We need to see the reality. Don't keep pushing the vaccine. How many people die? 6,200 people die, CDC say, from the vaccine. That's why I won't take the vaccine if you give me $1 million. I mean, we need to honor those people who die, all right? because they raise a hash flag for them. Thank you. I think maybe my 22 minutes up, or my 3 minutes is up.
No, you have 20 seconds left if you want.
Oh, 20 seconds left. So, okay, I can sing you a song that I write. It's called Lily Marlin. Da, 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 da. The war to fight with COVID-19, freeing people from all the suffering. Love and the freedom are preciously for everyone in the world. So join us feverishly, use common sense. We all say before, without the vaccine, for a whole year. So do your immunity out. Thank you very much for my time. I appreciate that.
Bye bye. Thank you. All right, there's no more hands up. So we're going to go back to the board for discussion. And we have, several different decision points, or who'd like to take this on first? Make a stab. Director Lee?
I would like to make the recommendations to your board. There are 5 specific recommendations items in the staff report. Number 1 is to receive and file the status report, which we did. Number 2 is a discussions for your board to adopt recommendation number 1 to wear a mask, or number 2 to exercise the self-attestation form countywide. Recommendation number 3 is for you to discuss and approve staff recommendations of a continuations of video conferencing in public meetings through September 30th, 2021. Recommendation number 4 is for your board to adopt a continuations of a resolution number 2020, allowing temporary teleworking policy to be in place. And recommendation number 5, what I'm hearing before is that there was a recommendation to allow the department heads to implement face coverings for visitors coming to their respective county facilities. So those are the recommendations before your board this afternoon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Director Leon. So maybe we can go, I was going to say the first set, but Supervisor Wilson?
Well, it looks like there were 2 decision points in that list if you're going to go with recommendations. And the first one is whether or not we're going to choose masking versus the forms. And the second one is whether or not, the second decision point is whether or not we're going to do require masking for visitors ubiquitously across the organization and uniformly, I guess, versus allow the department heads some leeway. I would assume that the department heads would check in with HR to make sure whatever policy they choose that, that's there's got to be some balance, some check in that, just so that we're not we check our liability in that, I guess, if we so choose to move that direction.
Would you like an answer from Director Lee or someone on that? You seem like you posed a question there, Supervisor Wilson.
Would that be the expectation, I guess?
Through the chair, I struggle with that uniformity across the organizations regarding visitors wearing masks coming into the facilities. We have polled, or I have polled, there are many counties that basically to streamline the requirement for patrons coming into the county is basically requiring everyone for that short visit to wear a mask. But there are other counties that say, we're going to take your self-attestation. So basically it's an honor system. And we also need to give flexibility to the departments where appropriate, that such honor system cannot be supported if they are working in correctional facilities, in youth centers, in medical facilities, in health facilities. So I would love to have the opinions that we can balance this the flexibilities will be with the department. And I appreciate the opportunity to be checked in, to be consulted in terms of how we do the self-attestations, so that if they're recording or keeping any documentations from the visitors, I think we don't want to be in that business of collecting any self-attestation. It's just a verbal self-attestation, which is the best way. Then we, as the employer, we're not being liable for any preservations and protections of confidential medical information. So I think that's the balance that I would like to offer this afternoon for all of you, and of course for the department heads to consider. And naturally, we are here as the HR, we exist to assist. So where we can, we will be very mindful and we will work with all of the departments. Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I'm going to do this in steps just so that we can try and get our business done. So I would make a motion that we adopt option number one underneath recommendation number one, which is to maintain the requirement that all staff, contractors, and volunteers wear face coverings. And I believe that goes through September 30th. Is that correct, Director Lee?
So through the chair, I believe that is the standards right now of Cal OSHA until further notice from the state. But I will defer that to Dr. Hoffman and Director Stevens.
I'll second the motion on that. And through the chair, I'd like to ask Director Lee, do we have any indication as to whether or not how many counties are moving forward with just maintaining masking as opposed to the self-attestation?
Through the chair, I did poll this as well. Of the 58 counties, I believe approximately 85 to 90% county agencies are moving toward implementing self-attestation acknowledgement form. As of right now, we only have about 4 counties that are requiring continuing face coverings. And that percentage of 90% is based on the 35 agencies response rate, not the total 58 counties.
I appreciate it. And hearing that, I think I'm going to remove my second on that. For a couple of reasons. It's just it is the safer way to go, I suppose. But I just feel like this is just going to lead us to more conflict. And so, if 85% of the other counties are moving in this direction with regards to the forms and like I said, the bureaucracy and the administration of this, then hopefully there's some uniformity in regards to that. There's some we can reach out to other departments, and they'll, if everyone's moving that direction, we can have some guidance in that. As much as I think it would be easier for me anyway, and other people just to mask up and not worry about it. I just think that we're going to cause a lot of strain and stress if we're like in the 5th percentile. This is my assessment, but I'd love to hear from other board members on that.
All right, so at the moment there's not a second. So I know Supervisor Bohn has his hand up. Let's hear from him.
Is there going to be a second
or I wasn't sure what you were going to say, though. I can.
I'm not seconding it.
Okay. I'm neither.
I'm trying to, and I guess I'll get this from Director Lee or Director Hoffman or anybody else who wants to throw in there. I'm looking at page 3 of the staff report, and it says some of the notable June 17th amendments. What employers need to know about the June 18th standards are as follows. And then there's a whole list of things, none of which we are abiding by. We're just going, let's just keep on doing things the way they are. So is that whole bottom section on page 3 of the staff report just to show us, you could have this, but you can't. I mean, it says fully vaccinated employees do not need to wear face coverings, except for certain situations. None outdoors. Employees are explicitly allowed to wear a face covering without fear of retaliation. I think that's wonderful. If they want to wear it, I think that's, please. I'm not sure where we're going with this, so I'm just saying, because I didn't call all the counties, but I did sure talk to a lot of them, and I know some of the rural counties are back in session, quite a few. They don't have all their supervisors, only a few of them have all 5. Some are staying distance, stuff like that. So I'm just, you know, and I somewhere in this about talking about our employees, I want to recognize our treasurer tax collector. His door's wide open. I took a picture of it the other day. I was so excited. You just walk in and do your business. But at the same time, I want to recognize our staff in our BOS office. Our door has been open 100% of the time since this started, so we can still do the county's business, and not all, you know, so they could please take everything for our business for people that showed up and get everything out. And the same thing with the CO. There's been quite a few offices that have been open since day one, providing services and providing safety for their employees, planning a building and others. And I think the best way to recognize our employees is recognizing for what they have done throughout this pandemic. And so I certainly appreciate what they've done, but it's, unless we're always going to have cases. As long as we keep testing, we're going to have cases. As long as I keep taking tests, I'm going to get Fs. I can, you know, that's why I quit school. So, I mean, it's just a simple thing. That's the way it's going to go. And if not, we'll find different variants that we can go. But I'm just hoping we can move forward and in the safest way possible and actually go back to serving the people. I mean, we don't get any more people on public comment on Zoom. We're getting the same 2 or 3 people every time. We used to get more than that. So I've got a list of all the counties that responded on who's back in too. So there's a lot of counties going back in, not all of them, but.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Hold on just a moment, Director Lee. And I would say Supervisor Madrone, it appears there's not a second. So do you want to withdraw?
Through the chair, I'll reinstitute my second, because I think, you know, the question really is, we just get to get to it. Are we going to do the version of this where everyone wears masks and we don't have to go through all this bureaucratic stuff for the next couple months? Or are we going to do all the bureaucratic stuff? I mean, that's kind of those are the 2 options that are in front of us. I'm willing to take a vote on this so that we can move on to the next thing. So there's a motion on the table. I'll second it for the purpose of getting this going.
Director Lee actually had her hand up when Supervisor Bohn was talking, so perhaps she can add something on that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, with respect to page 3 of the staff report, yes, the June 17 amendments was issued. And these are what is the blueprint for recommendations of reopenings will look like. But Cal OSHA also came back and said, in order for us, wearing the hat as the employer, in order for us to allow employees exemption from not wearing a mask, we now as the employer must take steps to verify. And they offer us 3 methodology. We either collect their COVID vaccine card, we collect and document their vaccination status through their medical providers, or we allow self-attestation. In the staff report, staff talk about this self-attestation as a very least intrusive of documents to be saved and maintained in the workforce. So yes, while the amendments kind of gave us this broader flexibilities, they also set parameters of the do's and don'ts. And I just wanted to clarify that for your consideration.
Thank you, Director Lee. I do have Director Beck's hand up, so perhaps we can hear her and then we'll go back to Supervisor
Yeah, thank you. And Director Lee, a wonderful presentation, very thorough. So thank you for that. I would just like to, as the bigger employer of the county, I would just like to recommend that we do the self-attestation, that we communicate more with staff about, you know, how they feel safe and comfortable within their own work area. I think that's really important. Even myself, I think about how worried I was about being closer than 6 feet from people after we've been doing this social distancing for 1.5 years. So I think that we need to have our staff feel safe and comfortable in their space. And that doesn't include having to wear a mask if you're vaccinated. So I'm okay with having folks fill out the forms, and we will have staff collect the forms and do whatever it is that we need to do to collaborate with human resources to do the extra work. We want to do what's right for our staff. So I appreciate, Sheriff, I agree with everything that you said, and thank you, Director Lee.
All right, thank you, Director Beck. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I thought I was going to speed things up just to try and get through a vote, but that's not happening. So I'm going to take my second away, and if it's okay with the first, with Supervisor Madrone, I'll make a motion that we move forward with the attestation. And I want to, respond just only, a little bit to Supervisor Bohn. We're not talking about closing any of the offices down. This is all about keeping things open. It's just whether or not, I just want to be really clear. That's not what is not on the agenda. Yeah. So we're
never said.
Okay.
All right. So we have. So are we gonna? It sounds like we're bifurcating this into different motions, but so that was a motion.
Second.
There's that motion with multiple seconds. All right. So is there further discussion on this self-attestation part, so we can take on the next one? Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, well, I appreciate the discussion, and like everything in life, we're going to have differences of opinions, and I respect all of those. The reason that I'm supporting continuing to do the masking for everybody for the next 3 months is because we're in this really difficult transitionary period right now. And frankly, those that aren't vaccinated that might self-attest that they are worry me more than just about anything. I just don't feel that I can rely upon everybody to be doing this, frankly, in a good way. In fact, those people who are seriously against the vaccination often, I find, are those that are dropping all the safety practices as well. And so, if we ask everybody to continue to mask for another 3 months, then we'll be way down the road as far as numbers and results and seeing how all of the stuff with the variants and everything is going to behave. And by requiring everybody to do this, within these public spaces, et cetera, we're actually leveling the playing field and asking everybody to behave in the same manner. Self-attestation doesn't do that. I don't know what you're all thinking, but frankly, there will be a lot of people who will self-attest, but they're not vaccinated. And so that bothers me, that they will be putting employees and other people at harm's way. So, any rate, it is what it is. I'm not going to get all passionate about it one way or the other. I've expressed my point of view, and I would be voting no on this.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. If we're adults, and I know, people could argue that we don't have an act like it, but I choose to believe people and trust. And if you're concerned, you can wear a mask. That's an option. Put your mask on if that's something that you're worried about. I'm not going to say that our staff is going to not be honest in the self-attestation. I want to believe more than that. So I don't know who ended up getting the second in, but I will be supporting this.
I think you seconded it, actually, Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, it was me or Rex.
So I have Supervisor Bohn because I heard him first.
Okay.
And then
He's so soft-spoken. I don't know how that happened.
and so my understanding is, Supervisor Wilson, that we're approving. So I have you saying to move forward with self-attestation, but my understanding that would be to move forward with option number 2 to implement a vaccination acknowledgement form.
Yes, that is correct. Option number 2.
Okay.
Yeah, and with that, I do want to acknowledge that I do have trust in our employees. But I want to acknowledge also Supervisor Madrone's concern with relationship to some employees even if you wear a mask, you're not as safe from people who are unvaccinated. And I just want to, if you are vulnerable, some people are vaccinated and still vulnerable. So I want to make sure we account for that.
Supervisor, I'm not sure which was her, Madrone or Bushnell.
Supervisor Madrone was first.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to be clear, I wasn't talking about our employees. When I talked about the self-attestation, I actually believe that they will probably be very trustworthy in regards to all that. I'm talking about the public coming in, and we've seen a lot of people in the public who have disregarded the safety measures from day one. And, so I just want to be really clear. I'm not talking about our employees. I'm talking about the general public coming in and potentially affecting or infecting our staff. And it's not unusual for people, when I go into places, often when you come in, the persons will be unmasked. But as soon as you come into the space, they will then mask. So I don't know what you're thinking is going on here, but if you've got folks coming into your space that are unmasked and haven't been vaccinated and might be carrying the virus, just because you mask up for a few minutes while they're there doesn't mean the virus isn't circulating within that office space or other places. So really, I'm trying to protect our employees and make it so that they don't have to sit there wondering if this person that just came through the door unmasked is truly vaccinated or not. I think that puts a huge burden on staff. And from what I'm hearing from people, they're not really comfortable with that, So I'm trying to respect people's viewpoints here. And I think to require the masking, for me, is the safest approach, and it will help prevent further spread and protect our employees to the maximum amount. In 3 months from now, we'll see where we're at on all this and be able to make these transitional moves. And I certainly would feel much more comfortable doing that at that point. But again, I respect if others feel differently, that's fine. I respect that.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. I guess I need to clarify. So is the motion for staff and people coming into the courthouse, or for staff? And then my second, I thought it was only for staff. And my second portion of the question is to Director Lee about a signed statement, but you had said verbal. So could you clarify that, please?
Yes, through the chair. As the employer, we are required to have documentations of employees' vaccination status. So that is why we, as the employer, will need to have employees who exempt wearing face masks will need to complete that form for us.
Okay.
For the public coming in, my recommendation is there is no mechanism. It's the burden of trying to administrate this from a public person coming in would be a tremendous, monumental task. Therefore, it's either self-attestations at the public, or we, as the employer, require all patrons simply wearing masks coming into our facilities.
Thank you, Director Lee. Supervisor Wilson, can you clarify your motion, please?
Yeah, my motion was specifically to our employees. So it was related to item number 2, I think, on that list. And so it's option number 2. That's the motion.
It's Supervisor Bushnell. It's on page 4, option 2 is my understanding of what the motion is.
I understood that, but got a little confused with Supervisor Madrone's statement when he was referring to public, and I thought we were only, and I understood it. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
And for the record, I'm I don't think I'm going to actually support the motion in the end, but I just want to make sure that we just get going because I see 3 votes for this, and let's move along so we can do the next step we can do. So.
Sorry, Michelle, I just about demoted you. Hands up.
I just wanted to mention that the JIC had produced the flyers for businesses to use to post in their businesses. And those are things that we can choose to use in county buildings as well, as far as what's required for the public. The unvaccinated folks don't have to wear a mask. Unvaccinated do, if that's a choice that people make. So we do have resources for county departments to use that the JIC have produced. So I don't know if that's helpful, but I just wanted to, in terms of how are we going to go about getting information from patrons that enter county businesses or county buildings, and their verbal self-attestation. I think what I'm hearing, Director Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, is if someone comes into a county building not wearing a mask, do we assume that they're saying they're vaccinated and that's good to go? That right? Yeah.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and Michelle, I would probably go one step farther than, since we have about 12 different flyers on our doors and windows, that you go ahead, because I know you have the capabilities to make the large signboard, basically the rollout ones, the kind of the ones we use for stop, drop, and roll and everything. And we might want to put those up for the first month or something. So that's the first thing people see, that if you are unvaccinated, you must wear a mask. If you are vaccinated, you don't need a mask, and go forward to there when we get to the public part of it. Because I guess I'm the biggest dummy in the crowd. I actually trust the public to tell the truth too. I know they don't like to, and I know they're not happy with masks, but I'm pretty sure they're probably going to tell the truth 99% of the time, which is probably better than most of us. So.
All right. And I'd like to say that, I share concerns about perhaps some members of the public, but I do think most are really trying to be conscientious. I've been many places where people look at the sign and they kind of figure out, okay, and they go in, I think, appropriately, but there's always somebody who will try not to follow the system, but we can't control everybody. All right, so
we can try.
Brian, are you? What's Supervisor Bohn?
Not that we can try to control.
Just through the chair, if I may clarify, we're only voting on one element.
One item.
We're going to vote on another element of this, and then probably the other 3 elements of this. So
yeah, and I would hope we can get a lunch break before we get to the WIB item or WIOA item, because I think we need that actually. Okay, so Ryan, are you clear on whatever this what the motion is that we're going to be voting on?
Yes, Chair. So I have to move forward with option number 2 to implement a vaccination acknowledgement form, which is verbatim off of page 4 of the staff report.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're ready to vote.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
No.
Supervisor Madrone?
No.
Passes 3-2.
Great. So our next decision point, is that regarding the telework policy? Whoops. No, I think
through the chair, I think the next one would be basically the approve the visiting patrons policy, and I would move that we approve a policy that the directors of the various departments have autonomy or whatever, are able to make their decision on that policy in coordination with HR and risk management.
Okay, I was on page 3, so thank you. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, so is there a discussion since heard crickets doing that? Does anyone have a concern with that, an issue? All right, I don't see any hands up. So Ryan, can we?
Is
Yes, right.
Excuse me, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Is the CAO's office involved in overseeing how our directors are? I mean, some are elected, they can do anything they want, not open their office, do anything they want, but not all of them are elected. So are we giving them the position where them and HR make the decision? Or are we gonna actually have our CAO and staff or our CAO involved in that on how we do county business? I'm just wondering.
I don't have the answer. Director Lee or?
Well, through the chair, our staff report recommends that for coordinations and uniformity across the organization, the HR staff report recommends that all departments require patrons coming in to the county facilities wearing masks. And if this is going to be 19 different departments with different policies, I truly believe that there must be coordinations or conversations so that we all know exactly what other departments are doing. In the event if we receive any complaints from patrons coming from doing a business in a county, maybe perhaps going to one department that has the flexibility not to wear masks, or to another department continuing that business but now has a similar operational functions will require masks. And to that patron would say, why am I being treated differently from one department to another department? As such, those differences has allowed other counties in the state basically said to make it fair and equitable and to remove any kind of decisions making on the counties. We, as the employer, require the patrons visiting the counties to wear a mask.
CIO Nelson, did you have something you wanted to add since your screen came on?
Chair Bass, I was just going to only offer that the county administrative office would be happy to coordinate in collaboration with county human resources, anything that you need us to do in relation to masking and coordinating.
For you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. It's not my problem. But it is important that departments are as consistent as they can be across the board. And so some oversight of that, I think, would be helpful. And that can be done collaboratively with human resources.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
So I'm amending the motion to add the CAO's office in terms of coordination. I will acknowledge that the recommendation from HR is universal masking for the public coming into our departments. Nonetheless, I don't see the will of the board in that direction currently.
Great. Director Lee, does that sound, I didn't know if you had something to add directly, and then I had Supervisor Bushnell.
I would just like, Ryan, can you clarify the motion, please?
Sure, Supervisor Bushnell, thank you. So my understanding of the motion is to allow department heads to implement requiring face coverings to their respective county facilities in coordination with human resources, risk management, and the CAO's office.
And that's not really so through the chair, Director Lee, you think it would be hard to have inconsistencies through 19 different departments?
From risk management perspective, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Bohn?
I mean, we're not going to have 19 different options. You can have 19 offices have one or two. So there's only going to be two options, mask on, mask off. So I'm just saying, I don't know I'm afraid we're going to get people at the front. Wow.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, through the chair, I think it's to clarify what I in my motion is that the department heads would have the ability to create policy for masking and or self-attestation. This is a new word for us today that we've said 400 times, and I've never heard this word before yesterday. That's the flexibility in that, but I think that if they work with both HR and or risk management and the CAO's office, then I think something fairly uniform, as Supervisor Bohn is saying, could happen. I think it'd still be easier if everyone wore masks until we had our vaccination rates up to where we were. But I just think the folks are just going to have a really hard time with that. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm wondering, are there any department heads on here that are willing to say how they feel about that? I see some. I don't know that anybody wants to comment on it, but
I'll comment.
Curious. Thank you,
Okay.
Billy.
Sheriff Hansel, and then Dr. Ford and Tom Mattson. Okay, and just for everyone's heads up, after this item, we will take a 30-minute lunch break prior to we're going to miss the time set. It's not going to be exactly 2 o'clock, but just saying we need a lunch break somewhere here, and our staff does. So, yes, Sheriff.
So congregate facilities like the jail, juvenile hall, supervirons, those are the kind of facilities that are required by law to mask, regardless of what this board states. So we will all have those facilities. Anyone that enters in those facilities will be wearing a facial covering. But where there are barriers in place, like at our main station, I think it's one of those things that we don't have to wear, or unvaccinated people will have to continue to wear a mask. Unvaccinated people can walk in and just like any business, you walk downtown Eureka, there's certain businesses that require masks. Do not enter unless you have a mask. Other ones say, if you're unvaccinated, wear a mask. Others have no sign at all. But so people are going to have to just look and see what each window basically says as they're entering into the facility. And I think everyone is used to that right now. So whether or not it's something that we have to consult with HR, I think it is something that each department would have to consult with risk management and HR to make sure that the policy is in line with the law, and that we're doing everything to protect our employees. But I think we've done a lot. Where we still have, again, in 95 masks, we distributed 6,000 masks to the county to distribute throughout the departments. And any of our employees can wear those masks to protect themselves if they feel like, a member of the public could be, someone who is unvaccinated, and to protect our employees. But I just feel like we need to give the department heads and the elected officials that autonomy to determine whether or not people coming into your facilities should wear masks.
Okay, and thank you, Sheriff Hansel. Director Ford and then Mattson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I would like to first thank Director Lee. She's done an incredible job in laying out the information here and providing a good recommendation. I think it's appropriate to try to be as conservative as possible from a risk management standpoint. I also agree with what Sheriff Hansel just mentioned in terms of what the public is growing more accustomed to, which is being able to walk into a facility, and if they're vaccinated, to not wear a mask. If they are not vaccinated, I may have said that wrong, to wear a mask. One of the things that I would be concerned about, 2 concerns here. One is that if the departments were treating things differently, you're going to get unrest among both the public and the staff. And so I would be concerned about departments doing things differently, and would ask the board to make one universal decision on that, to treat all departments the same. I also want to say, in the context planning and building department through the entire pandemic has been open. We were closed for 2 weeks. We have not had an outbreak within the department. We have had individuals that have been exposed to COVID outside of the department that has been contained and dealt with. And so I would just advocate giving some trust to people, allowing the doors to be posted, allowing people to make choices that are good for everybody else, and do that across the board. Thank you.
Director Ford, Director Mattson.
Yeah, similar to Director Ford, we've been open, our doors have been locked, but you could still just come up and phone us and we'll come outside to meet you or open the door and come in. We are, our office, the vast majority are vaccinated, so we would be very comfortable with having a sign up that just basically says, if you're not vaccinated, please wear a mask, and we can provide a mask. We have extra masks we can provide to the public if they forgot them. We just, with our clientele, we don't really get a lot of the extremists that we can't trust. And so, I would recommend consistency, but also hopefully that we trust the public when they come in, that they're going to tell us the truth.
Okay, thank you. Chief, Probation Chief, did you have something you want to add?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out that for people coming into probation and to some extent people coming into the courthouse, their appearance in those places are not volitional. They have to attend or have real consequences. So, even if someone was not feeling comfortable necessarily with the voluntary masking or something like that, they would still have to come to these places. So, I think it's different than if somebody is choosing or not choosing to go to a place of business or something like that. There are real consequences for people not appearing in government offices. So I think that should be considered as well.
All right. Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I misunderstood the motion and I withdraw my second.
Supervisor Wilson, did you make that motion?
I did. I don't think Supervisor Madrone was the second on this motion.
He
Actually,
was.
Brian knows.
He was? Oh, okay,
Yeah,
never mind.
Supervisor Wilson, yes.
I think you need a lunch break, Supervisor Wilson.
Oh, man.
All right, so is there an alternate motion or someone has, the county councils now, come on, that always makes me a little concerned. County Council Billingsley?
Chair, I just wanted to echo Director Ford's, what he had to say about, I think a consistent direction from the board would be helpful. Thinking about just the courthouse, you could come in here and go to the assessor or maybe another office and have a different standard within the same building. And I think it potentially could create problems for staff and for the people that are coming in with different standards between all the departments.
All right, thank you. And actually, I had Supervisor Bushnell had her hand up, and then Supervisor Wilson. Yeah.
Through the chair, I think I'll try a stab at the motion, and I might have to have some help cleaning up. But I'd like to make a motion that we post, Ryan.
Sorry, there's still a motion on the table, so that motion would have to be withdrawn.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Supervisor Wilson.
Through the chair, I don't mind withdrawing my motion, but that does come up with a question with relationship to consistency in this building with the courts and even with the security that are at the front door, who currently I don't think I see sometimes wearing masks, sometimes not wearing masks. I don't know what their policy is, and they're not necessarily, I can't remember if they employees of ours or of the courts, but nonetheless, what about the consistency or inconsistency with relationship to the courts associated with a policy in terms of this?
Director Lee, I think we should make them do what we say.
And again, from the ultra-conservative approach, risk management, we're recommending a universal policy. And however that policy is, we will implement it consistently across the board. I cannot speak about the security at the courthouse, so I will have to refer that to Sheriff Hansel to talk about that. Thank you.
Sheriff Hansel, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Just want to say that the courts do have their own entity, own HR, and their own rules. And courthouse security and the screeners on the 4th and 5th Street side, those are hired, to enhance our courthouse security. They are independently run, hired for that screening purpose only. So they are not our employees, but they do have to adhere to the law. So.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell and Bohn.
Yes. Can I hear what Supervisor Bohn was going to say?
Okay, sure. Supervisor Bohn?
No, I was just going to say, I think I'm here every day, and I think the courthouse staff at security does a great job on wearing their masks. They've always got them on when I see them, and I see them every day a few times. So I just didn't want to get thrown too far under the bus.
Well, I'll just have to say I haven't. I mean, I think it's been a little more inconsistent, but I think it's because I think a lot of people think it's been removed. So I don't think they're doing it on purpose to be defiant of anything. Supervisor Bushnell. And then
Thank you. Through the chair, I would just like to make a motion that we post at all sites to wear a mask if you're not vaccinated, and if you are vaccinated, you're free to come in. I probably need cleaning up, but that would be my motion.
Like
I'll second that rough version.
Is there a second to?
Did I mute? I said second.
Okay, I didn't hear what you said. Thank you. Ryan? Oh, wait, Supervisor Madrone, I'll go to you. I just wanted to see if Ryan was clear on that motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're already starting to see out in the public tremendous confusion as to who does and who doesn't need a mask, and et cetera. Some businesses are still requiring it. Some businesses are not. And I guess my concern is as we become more inconsistent, what happens is people forget to bring their mask with them. Because, before these changes, everybody carried a mask, right? I mean, it became so consistent that you had your mask with you everywhere you went. But I'm seeing a lot of situations where I'll be going to the store and I'll see somebody heading to the store and they'll see the sign and that store requires masking, and they'll search their pockets and they've got nothing. And then suddenly they're vaccinated and they are attesting to it and they're coming into the store, because they forgot their mask at home, right? So the more inconsistent we get, the more you're going to see that kind of stuff happening. So I just would really love to see us be consistent for a while longer. I know this has been incredibly difficult, but we're creating a very inconsistent system across the board. And it's not just us, the state rules and other things are creating that as well. So anyway, we ought to go ahead and make a decision, whatever that might be, and move along. We've got a lot of other business to do. So
we knew this was going to be a long conversation, but I just, yes, Supervisor Rowan?
Well, I'm just saying, you can just go to the end of the hall. Like I said earlier, there's a treasurer tax collector with his door wide open, and the office right next to him is locked tighter than a drum and has been. So, we have not been very consistent from day one. So as we say this, department heads are making their own decisions now. And all of a sudden now, if a department head makes their own decision, it's going to be the most inconsistent thing and make liars out of all the public, and everybody's going to be all confused. I think they're going to be just as confused as they were 14 months ago when they said everybody mask up in 3 months, we'll be through with this. And then 3 months afterwards, mask up, we'll be done with this in 3 months. So we're hearing the same thing. And I think that's the confusing part for a lot of people. I'm not saying it's not right. I'm just saying it was a little overwhelming, and I didn't expect everybody to get the answers right because everybody raised their hand who's been through a pandemic before. Oh, wait, no one. So as we move forward, I think the department heads, I think if we announce that if you're unvaccinated, you need to put on a mask. If you're vaccinated, you don't. Some of those people will still wear masks, and proper signage, I think we'll be fine.
I agree with the motion that's been made, but I think part of that also, we have to get it to the community, so that they know. I mean, I don't go anywhere without a mask not attached to me one place or the other when I leave the house, not because I feel threatened that I'm going to run into somebody, but I want to respect whatever business I go in. And I think that's what people do. And if we have the right signage and we're consistent, if you've been vaccinated, you don't have to wear one, but you can. And if you haven't been vaccinated, wear a mask. I mean, I think to me, that's the right approach. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I just have to say I am one of those folks that has a mask with me, but has been actually walked up to a store and like, oh my God, I don't have one, and they were asking for one, and I just, don't go in, and I'm fine with that. And I'm fine to adapt in all of those situations. That's personal me, risk manager me, employer of 2,000 people me. That's a different story. And so I'm more supportive of the uniform masking in our employed spaces. So with that, I'm ready to vote.
All right, Ryan?
Yeah, so my understanding of the motion is to direct staff to post signs at all county sites to wear a mask if unvaccinated, and if vaccinated, you do not need to wear a mask.
Okay, yes, that's correct.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
No.
Supervisor Wilson?
No.
Passes 3-2.
All right, so now I think we're on to video conferencing. Close enough. Supervisor Wilson?
I would make a motion that we approve staff recommendation for the remainder of the item.
The remainder so you're talking about the teleworking and the continued non-board meetings or continued virtual board meetings till September.
Yes.
So that's staff recommendation 3 and 4, I believe.
Okay. Yes. Is there a second for that? To take them both at the same time? Everyone good with that? I'm not hearing anything, but there's no second. Supervisor Bushnell?
I'm sorry to be difficult, but I was wondering, again, if any department heads have an opinion on the teleworking and whether it is as effective as we might think it is.
And no, thank you for asking those questions because our staff is being very timid today. Please feel free to talk and speak up. Director Ford.
Situationally dependent from our perspective. We keep track of metrics, and relative to permit processing, while working at home, our productivity went down by about 50%. Back into the office, productivity went back up to the same level as the previous year. That's our experience.
Thank you, Director Ford.
Thank you. And probation chief?
Probation is basically we work with people and we believe that those relationships are important and that work has to be done in person to be most effective. So we have a couple positions in our department that would be appropriate for teleworking, but mostly I have concerns about staff development if you silo them in their home. I think they kind of plateau there. I think it's important for them to be around their peers and their supervisors to get feedback and growth and development. So generally we are in a position where we would not be looking to have people teleworking long term.
Thank you. I have a question for, I guess for staff. The way maybe I'm reading it wrong, or maybe I'm just adding it what I think it should say is, it seems that the piece on telework also has to talk with, to continue to work directly with their immediate supervisors. And to me, that means if it's not working for that district, then the immediate supervisor has the opportunity to not necessarily extend those privileges. So I'm curious what Director Lee's thoughts are on that. And then we also have Director Beck.
Yes, the current resolution 2020 afforded that flexibility, the decision making should be involving a conversation with the employee and the supervisor. And if we are now be able to come back to work safely, we have all of these safety protocols in place, then I am a believer that the engagement between the interactions is important for that synergy. But I'm recommending that we could explore teleworking options as a potential work schedule. So perhaps, like what we have now, we have a Monday through Friday. We have a 980 schedule. You work 9 hours a day, every other week you get a day off. An option here is that allow teleworking where you allow the equitable distributions so that you can have maybe certain staff to be able to take at least 1 or 2 days per month, for example, to telework. Those are options that I am exploring right now to bring it back to your board for further discussions. But for the purpose of this staff report today, knowing that we are trying to ease in the self-attestations, we're trying to bring the employee back into the workplace, and we're trying to implement the safety protocols. A lot of things have changed in the last 14 months. So if we were to say, okay, I want everyone to come back into the workforce, say come July 6th, without sufficient notice for all of these employees who've been teleworking to make adjustment and the reintegration, I think that will impact the office morale and the productivity. So what I'm recommending is to allow a seamless, slow reintegration. And then we will come back with options of what teleworking will look like for the entire county.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell, does that, oh, actually, I do see Director Beck, and she may be wanting to comment on that.
Yeah, for Health and Human Services, we have a number of different issues, right? So we have some areas where people work in the field, and so a hybrid model really works out well for them. I absolutely agree with the synergy and the training. I think that I think it was Director Lee mentioned, and Chief Brenneman. Those are all areas that we need to look at, but we also still have the issues with staffing, with our staff that still have childcare issues. They still, right, we don't know what school is going to look like in the fall, and we hope that everyone gets back in full time, but there's a lot of things that we need to take into consideration without losing the staff that we have. I think there's just a lot. I appreciate the slow movement of bringing folks back, and then I'll just repeat what I said earlier. The thing that I'm worried about is people forced to come back in small spaces, because we have some areas that have very small offices with a few or more people in them. So, I mean, there's just a lot to think about as we're asking staff to come back. And if we're looking at long-term employment and just retaining employees, I do think that we need to look at the model of telework and what that might look like in some areas. And then I'll just say that we also do face-to-face, all types of face-to-face work. That's what we do in Health and Human Services. So we need people in the field and doing that work too. So,
and Director Lee, this is basically just the continuation between now and when we actually have an actual telework policy. Is that kind of what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I can be supportive of that. Supervisor Bushnell.
What does, through the chair, Director Lee, what does a time frame look like?
I am working very hard behind the scene to create some options, and that will require me to have conversations with various departments, try to understand their operational needs, to balance that out so that across the organizations, employees who are working in specific department does not feel discriminated for not having the ability to telework. See, all of this is driven by operational demands. So we have to develop a protocol that, regardless of the operational demands, is there an opportunity for the equitable distribution of teleworking? And if so, what does that look like?
So, but this, thank you for that. This conversation is concerning the teleworking for COVID-19 restrictions, correct?
Correct.
And if you have an employee that is vaccinated and can come to where maybe I'm missing the boat here. I don't know.
So 14 months ago, there was a decisions made that each department will have the opportunity to assess the operational needs, whether that function can be served in person or teleworking or hybrid. And I can say this because I'm using my office as a demonstration. We have been open every day, 24/7. With 16 staff, I'm able to accommodate all of the services, but I have a 40-60 footprint, meaning 40% of my staff is in place and 60% of my staff has been teleworking for a variety of reasons. Childcare, situations where we work depending on other community to provide that. But in the last 6 months or so, I've slowly integrated some of my staff back into the workplace. And that requires a lot of communications and understanding. And basically, you have to sit down with your employees to understand what are some of the barriers that prevent you from being able to return to work. And that is going to be a lot of conversations. It depends on each situation. And if there's going to be a reasonable accommodations requested, then that is something that the supervisors and employee must also exercise. So what I'm saying here is that in the last 14 months, we have given this kind of flexible work schedule parameters. Now we're trying to bring everyone back. My recommendation in this staff report today is allow a slow integration. First, get all the self-attestation form back in. The supervisor will need to have a conversations with the employees. Can they come back? If so, 2-3 days. Can they do 4 days? I think that's where the flexibility will need to come in. Then we will come back with you. I'm hoping to have a policy back to your board within the next 3 months so that we can have this discussion and say, moving forward, is this something that we want a permanency as an option? And then if that's the case, then it will be a flexible options depending on the operations. It is hard to put a blanket because right now we have a Monday through Friday, Monday 8 to 5. And each department has a different work schedule. So I am seeking directions from your board to create that standard for consistency. What is the expectations for each office business to open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5? And then how do you accommodate that 8 to 5 is, I believe, would be within the department to manage that operations.
Thank you.
Okay. So we had a motion that's actually, I think, for both items, right? Is that correct? Because I want to make sure there may be some more conversations.
So yes, Chair, we have a motion to approve staff recommendation 3 and 4 by Supervisor Wilson, but we have not had a second yet.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm actually wondering if we should just take one bite and then go the next. The way this has been going, I'm just, unless, well, there has been no motion yet. Perhaps can we have a motion on this one recommendation and then we'll move to the last one and hopefully we can get past this so we can all move on to the next items we need to do. So I'd be looking for a motion relating the telework. I guess I think of it as a bridge to when we actually have a formal policy.
So I'm just going to take the motion from Supervisor Wilson as a lack of, there's no second. So that
there was no second, unless he wants to adjust his motion and take one bite at a time here.
Yeah, sure. You know,
let's
do it. Let's just so the motion is to approve the policy, the telework policy that's been recommended by staff.
The transitional. Okay. Is there a second? And I'll second if someone else doesn't, but is there an official second?
You are an official second.
Just second.
Well, I know, but I do like, I know that I can, but I do like to give preference to a board member who would be willing to.
You're a board member.
Okay, let me just say, through the years, it's always been, the chair can, but I just prefer others because I don't want anyone to feel slighted. But yes, we have a second from Supervisor Madrone. You guys need to be quicker on the second or else I'll just have to start doing it anyway. Okay, so is everybody clear on what the motion is? I'm fine with it and I'm ready to vote.
So my understanding is we're approving staff recommendation number 4. That is the motion.
Correct.
At number 4 with the telework, I don't have it all in front of me.
Yes, Chair. So it's discuss and approve staff recommendation of a continuation of resolution number 2020, temporary teleworking policy.
All right, thank you. I've got too many papers here. All right, I think we're ready to vote.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
No.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
No.
Passes 3-2.
All right, so let's tackle the next one, which is these meetings continuing virtually until September 30th. Is that kind of the gist of what you're requesting? What I'm reading?
Through the chair, I'll make the motion to approve staff recommendation to continue these types of meetings till September 30th. With that, I want to say it's not really what I want to do necessarily, but it's really going to be the easiest thing to do in the current context. So I think it's appropriate. So that's my motion.
Get all the bases covered.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thanks. It's not, I have to say, it's not what I want to do. I think we all need to get back together. I do understand the trickiness of the hybrid, and I'm hearing a lot of difficulty, and I prefer not having to. It's challenging. I hate the thought of necessarily waiting to September 30th. If there are some things we can do along the way, I'd really appreciate that. But I do want to ask, because all the board members, we are generally in here for every meeting. Is there anything that says we can't be in the chambers? I mean, and I don't know if we could work something out like that. No? Supervisor Bohn doesn't like that.
We can like anything we want. I think before you start throwing stuff out like that, you better have a one-on-one with staff on, we're getting ready to lose a staff person. And you're going to say, hey, we need 2 of you in here to make. We tried to have one meeting and I've never seen a bigger fiasco. So I just don't think it's there. I just think we just voted kind of allowing people to come into the offices that we provide. Needless to say, our chambers are just an office.
Yeah, so no, I think you're confused on what I meant. I'm sorry. I just meant the 5 of us. I just think it'd be great to get us in the same place sometime. Not expecting, and yes, there is staff. I've had some of our staff actually ask to get us back in the chambers. So I'm fine not going in there. I'm kind of used to this now. So I just asked the question. No need to talk about it down the drain. I'm good. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, and I'd like to amend my motion to include that we're go till September 30th unless there are state level changes or policy recommendations from staff to move us in that direction sooner than that.
All right. Is that all right with the seconder?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, any conversation then, or just ready to vote? Supervisor Bohn?
I will be voting against this because I think we owe it to the public to try to get open as soon as possible. I don't know. Again, just so you know.
I actually agree with you, but somehow, never mind. There seems to be a little inconsistency here, but me just go ahead and vote. I think this will do whatever. It's going to be what it is. Oh, Director Posming, Auditor Controller, did you have something you wished to add?
Thank you, Chair Bass. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I appreciate the opportunity to provide input. When it comes to your board choosing to meet in person, there is something I'd like for you to consider. There's been a lot of challenges because of COVID, but there's also been a lot of opportunity for innovation and for adapting. One of the benefits of you having these virtual meetings is that it provides access to people who otherwise did not have access to attend. People with limited mobility, people in the outlying areas of the county who cannot afford to travel 45 minutes to Eureka to participate in a meeting, people who are hard of hearing. It's very difficult to hear in the board chambers unless you are speaking directly into the microphone or the speakers are blowing at a high volume. What Zoom has allowed is for people to use headphones, specialized headphones, so that they can hear and participate. So whether or not you choose to be back in the office, in the chambers, I'd like to suggest consideration of maybe a hybrid situation that would continue the use of Zoom so that access is available to people in further areas of the county who have mobility issues, people who are hard of hearing, and people who otherwise can't afford to take time off work longer than an hour to participate during these meetings. I appreciate this opportunity and your consideration. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would like to see our chambers open for the community, and because we are, our staff is in the offices, and so as it is a continuation of our office, that's what I would like to see. But I also would like to see the availability for the Zoom for the outlying areas to make it possible for public comment. 3 minutes for public comment to drive from the Southern Humboldt or Densmore or Shelter Cove area and then have to drive back it is very hard for people. And I think with today's technology, I've actually spoken to Ryan about it to see if it would be possible, and not just in my head, to have that Zoom availability for public comment. And I think it is possible. So, I do think that's an important tool that we'll utilize going forward.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, and I think we're ready for the vote, Ryan.
Thank you. And so my understanding of the motion is to approve staff recommendation number 3, unless there are state level changes or policy changes recommended from staff. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Nope.
Supervisor Bushnell?
No.
Supervisor Bass?
Begrudgingly, yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Passes 3-2.
Yeah, and the only reason when I said like begrudgingly, it's like I don't know what other options we would have thrown ourselves into had we all of a sudden decided not to.
I think everybody's in that same boat.
Yeah. All right.
Not everybody.
So I think it's time for lunch. So I think we are now done with that item. Thank you all for being engaged. And Scott has been, I believe, made aware that the 2 o'clock time set is going to allow for us to have a half-hour lunch. So just come back at 2:30. Which is, I guess you'd call an updated version of the WIOA item we had last week. And I'm just going to turn this straight over to this administrative office. And I don't know, Scott, I suppose you're doing this presentation or through Amy? Okay. She's nodding her head, so I think that's good. All right, Scott.
Go to Scott.
That's correct. Hello, board. My name is Scott Adair. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt. I do have a staff report, which I'm going to read, which should take about 4 minutes to get through. Last week, I made a presentation to your board on June 22nd concerning the history and complexity of WIOA, which is the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. And I also touched on the analysis and findings of CCRP, which is the California Center for Rural Policy. This analysis laid out certain opportunities, challenges, and conclusions surrounding WIOA-funded workforce programs in Humboldt County. Today, in continuation of last week's presentation, I will be calling to your board the attention of current circumstances which are facing our WIOA programs and making recommendations. At present, the county has no or zero fully dedicated workforce staff who are allocated to support either the Workforce Development Board or the county's WIOA-funded workforce programs. Our primary provider, SMART, who on previous occasions has sent correspondence to your board, has also declared that it will cease all services to Humboldt County effective close of business tomorrow. A previous RFP, request for proposals, was released by staff to replace services provided by SMART. However, that resulted in no responses. Until very recently, the options facing Humboldt County for its workforce programs were few and for many stakeholders undesirable. These options, as identified and assessed in CCRP's report, included a merger of Humboldt County's local workforce development area with a nearby workforce JPA or consortium, and or a substantial increase in general fund investment in staffing allocations, which would be needed to support and sustain our historic go-it-alone approach for workforce. Understanding the limitations on the county and the challenges facing workforce programs, community partners banded together in the 11th hour to work with staff to develop the rough framework for a new community local-based coalition option wherein the roles, duties, obligations, and staffing needs for WIOA programs would be shared by multiple community partners. At present, this partnership includes the County of Humboldt, Humboldt State University, College of the Redwoods, and other community-based and local organizations. After a review of the costs and the impacts to program efficacy and the assessment of WIOA's 800+ page governing documents, stakeholder interviews, and other analysis, and CCRP's report, it has been identified by staff that initiating workforce reform in Humboldt County through the adoption of this new emerging and innovative community workforce coalition is the best and most viable option to preserve, grow, and develop workforce efforts in Humboldt County. Second to this, based on cost limitations and program efficacy, if your board chose not to support the coalition option, staff would recommend the merger option as identified by CCRP to move all WIOA programs and responsibilities out of Humboldt County and to join a local workforce consortium or JPA. That said, staff recommends that your board choose the new emerging option for a coalition and direct staff to draft and submit a letter outlining an intent to contract with coalition members, and that because the county has already a failed RFP for program services, your board direct our office to sole source with the coalition for a period of no less than 1 year, at which point it will be reevaluated. The WIOA provider services and certain WIOA staff support over to the coalition partners. The county would remain the fiscal agent for WIOA revenues and also provide general oversight of the coalition partners. County staff would also continue to staff and support the Workforce Development Board, although staff does recommend that further analysis concerning the structuring of the Workforce Development Board be part of board's direction to staff. Finally, staff asks that your board authorize the CAO to execute a letter of intent to contract and any sole source contracts with these coalition partners. This concludes my staff report today. I'm happy to address any questions that you may have, and I am aware that coalition members are also present today to provide any insight or feedback concerning the options that are before your board. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Scott. I will ask if there's any coalition members that are on that would like to provide any feedback? I'm not seeing any hands up. So we'll check back later. All right, so thank you for that, Scott, and thanks again for coming back this week. We have a couple of questions. I see Supervisor Madrone and Bushnell. I'm not sure which one of you were first, to be honest.
Steve.
Okay, I was gonna say, I know you pointed there and he's not over there, but okay.
He's over there for me.
Madrone.
Hollywood Squares. Hey, so I can't repeat everything that Scott said, but I would move staff's recommendation in all of its detail that was just stated by Scott. It's a fairly long set of details. I'm really pleased to hear there is a new option that's developed with this coalition. Sounds very exciting. I think it's imperative that we do this locally because we are very unique. And I think we'll get better service for our community and more job creation by doing that. So I would move Scott Adair or staff's recommendation in its entirety. That may be something Ryan's going to have to get from Scott in order to have in detail.
Right. Well, and is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
All right. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I am the board seat on there, and I just wanted to say I was going to second also. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. That the staff or the workforce development community is, this is a good option for them and what they've been asking. They want to keep it local, and so from my understanding, and Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we regionalize right now, that's where that would stay. And I think this is, we need to try these options before we go out that far. And so I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn? Can you turn your mic on?
Yeah, I think, and SMART has agreed to stay till the middle of August for the transition if we went another route, the way I understand the email I got. So unless I read that wrong, I don't think they're just cutting us off completely. I think they want to help us transition, knowing full well that they're not going to be the option. So, and I come in, I was on that board for quite a while, but I think Supervisor Bushnell's had a hell of a time with this, trying to figure out which way to go, and with all the information coming in and stuff like that. But I know she's my best friend in the world, but I want to thank not you. I want to thank Connie Stewart for getting the colleges together, where a lot of our workforce is going to be coming from and everything else, and coming through it the last minute and working with Scott and everybody involved and trying to inform everybody as well as possible. But it was a pretty good collaboration, and it was none of this was done very lightly.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, you're not my best friend either.
Do we have the official record now?
Yeah, recorded. Scott, could I ask you, or have we gotten a commitment that there? From my understanding, there's not going to be a gap in service. Is that your understanding?
Through the chair, we have a commitment from the coalition partners, Humboldt State University and College of the Redwoods, to begin services immediately. There could be a gap, but it'd be very limited.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We do have public comments. So, and if anyone else wishes to comment on this, press *9 so we know that you want to comment, and then your hand is up. So at this moment we have one, and it's the person with the last four numbers of 7559, and just press *6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, it's Connie Stewart. I'm calling in.
Okay. So Connie, hold on. Ms. Stewart, I'll actually, I will count you as part of this presentation because I thought you were on here. So you're not held to 3 minutes unless you want to get in under 3 minutes. So There you go.
Oh, thank you so much. Actually, I think I can do it under 3 minutes. I know you have a long meeting, and I apologize for not being on earlier. I was watching on the screen and forgot about the delay. I just want to thank everyone who has called and commented, and I just want everyone to know that there's a feeling in the community. A lot of people, when we got that RFP, took a look at it and said, oh gosh, I think I could do this part, but I can't do the whole thing. So, part of our intent as the coalition is to be able to subcontract out parts of it to people who will do well with it and to coordinate. So I want you to know we have a commitment from Humboldt State University, should you pass this motion, to start immediately, even prior to contracting. We'll be able to go out and hire the people we need in order to do this. I'm going to tell you, I am not an expert on workforce development. It's in the Opportunity Act. I am taking as many trainings as I can right now. And I just want to thank state partners and everyone who's called to say that they will help us. This is really exciting, and I think that also we will be able to use our regional planning status to seek additional funding to get our community ready for jobs in the port, jobs in broadband, and jobs, quite frankly, that are going to become available because of HSU seeking Polytech status. I just want to reach out and also say thank you to all the partners at CR, because I don't think we would have come forward if CR hadn't stepped up as well. And so a big shout out to President Flamer and to Prue as well. So, and thank you all for your faith in us. I know this has been a long journey. So I'll be here to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Connie. Anyone have any questions for Connie? I don't see any questions, and there are no other hands up under public comment. So go back to the board. Actually, Supervisor Bushnell had her hand up first, and then Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you through the chair. Connie, I just wanted to say thank you for the discussion you and I had and all the explanation you gave me. I really appreciate it.
All right. Yeah, Supervisor Bohn.
Oh, she hung up. I had a question for her, but she's not there now, so we're good.
I'm here.
She's there.
Hey,
she's there. She's
Connie, do you have good news about the budget last night, or can you say anything?
I think it's public. The legislature voted last night to fund us at the governor's original proposed amount of $433 million plus $25 million in ongoing funding. So we're still awaiting the governor's signature, but we're very excited.
That is good news.
That may be the biggest thing happening on the North Coast.
All right, we got a lot of great things actually, I think, ready to happen. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further questions for Connie or anyone? And Ryan, do you need the motion clarified?
Scott did email. I do have the recommendation here, and I'm more than happy to read it back just so everyone understands it. So it's to choose the new emerging option and direct staff to draft and submit a letter outlining an intent to contract with coalition members, and that because the county already has failed RFP for program services, our office sole source for a period of no less than 1 year, provider services and certain WIOA staff support to the coalition. The county would remain the fiscal agent for WIOA revenues and also provide general oversight of coalition partners. County staff would also continue to staff and support the Workforce Development Board, although staff does recommend that further analysis concerning structuring of the Workforce Development Board be part of our board's direction to staff. Authorize the CAO to execute a letter of intent to contract and letter of intent to contract and a sole source contract with coalition partners.
I think that's what Steve said. No, Supervisor Madrone, is that accurate?
Okay.
I think we're good now.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Oh, wait.
Wait. I messed up. I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize.
My mistake. Supervisor Madrone also wanted to speak. I do apologize. And then, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the language sounded great. I just want to make a brief comment. And that is, yes, there are some very exciting new opportunities for employment development here in Humboldt, and Connie did a good job of listing a bunch of those. I just want to make sure that we're also recognizing that in the governor's budget, there is, I think, either $500 million or $1 billion, I forget where it ended up, for forest health management. And so, you know, forest is a big deal here in Humboldt County. And, you know, that funding and this employment training programs, there was one run back in the 90s with local nonprofit RCAA that employed locally displaced woodworkers and mill workers. Very successful program. So there's a lot of background there that can be tapped into. But I think we're entering a new realm where we could be employing and training people to enhance our roadside vegetation maintenance program, and in that way enhancing our public works budget on roads, because that's one of the things that's we're having a hard time keeping up with our minimal amount of mowers. And if we can go through with that hand crew first and daylight all the hard objects, we won't be busting our mower every week or two at, you know, massive cost and downtime. So that's just one area, let alone all the forestry work that we need to do and get people trained up to do so that everything doesn't burn up, right? So I think there's incredible opportunities here with this workforce training board, and look forward to partnering with them and helping any way I can. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other supervisors want to comment before we vote? All right, Ryan?
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Right. Thank you everyone for the work, and thank you, Scott, for coming back today. So now we're going to go backwards to department reports. We're going to go to I-1, which is actually coming to us from the County Administrative Office regarding the Americans with Disability Act compliance plan that the county has. I'll turn this over to CAO Nilsson.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Bass. I'm going to turn this over to Deputy CAO Karen Clower, who has done amazing things with the ADA program with the County of Humboldt, and deserves a tremendous amount of credit for all the work that she does. And so with that, I will turn this over to Karen.
Thank you, CAO Nelson. Good afternoon, Chair Bass and members of the board. Today, I will be providing an update on the ADA project and present to you the ADA compliance plan for your board's approval. I do have a PowerPoint, if I may screen share. Thank you. Give me just a moment. Okay, on September 7th of 2016, the county entered into a consent decree with the Department of Justice, and due to the county's significant progress in its ADA barrier removal, on March 13th of 2020, the Department of Justice chose not to renew the consent decree. The development of the ADA compliance plan is an important step in the county's dedication to performing remediation of barriers to access. The county continues to have on staff 5 certified ADA coordinators and 2 certified access specialists. Today, the county has spent approximately $12.8 million on ADA barrier removal for its facilities and curb ramps. And it is estimated that an additional $40.2 million will be needed for barrier removal going forward. 83% of the barriers listed in the DOJ consent decree and 35% of all barriers identified in county facilities have been remediated. Relocation of county programs occurs when barrier removal at existing facilities are either too costly that it doesn't make sense to perform the amount of barrier removal required, or property owners refuse to perform needed barrier removal. The county has to date successfully relocated 8 programs to accessible locations and plans to relocate 3 additional programs this summer and 1 later in the fiscal year. The ADA compliance project has created opportunities for making needed improvements to county facilities. The 5th floor project is the relocation site for cast and victim witness, and is a good example of this. During this project, it was determined that 1 of 3 fan rooms would need to be relocated to make space for the incoming program. This led the county to explore the opportunity of replacing the courthouse's outdated and antiquated heating, ventilation, and air conditioning units. The new HVAC units would need to be placed on the rooftop. Thanks to collaborations with Public Works, multiple agencies, the contractor, and subcontractors, we were able to helicopter the new units to the rooftop, creating much needed office space on the 5th floor. The photo in this slide shows the 5th floor before as a conference room and the before of one of the fan rooms later converted to office space.
Karen?
Yes.
I just had Travis run into my office. He believes the presentation should be up, but it's not currently.
Right. Stand by.
Okay.
There it is.
Can we see it now?
Yeah. It does help.
Okay. You can still see the presentation?
Yes.
All right, great. So this was the picture of the before picture of the 5th floor fan room, and the 5th floor is a conference room. And this picture is a photo of the 5th floor, now converted as fully functional office space. And this slide is a slide of the helicopter lifting the new HVAC units from 4th Street and placing them on the courthouse roof. The Garberville complex is another example of relocating programs. Due to the condition and the cost of bringing the Garberville branch library, 2nd District Supervisor's Office, and the Garberville Sheriff's Substation into compliance with the ADA, it was determined that demolishing the library and the Supervisor's Office and creating a Garberville campus on that site would be the best solution. This project is estimated to be complete in the summer of 2021 and will now be home to the Garberville Branch Library, Sheriff's Substation, and provide a multi-use conferencing room. These photos on this slide are before photos of the Garberville Branch Library, the 2nd District Supervisor's Office, and the conditions inside the Sheriff's Substation. This slide is a photo of the sign of the new campus with the building in the background and the library's new ADA compliant circulation desk designed and crafted by ADA carpenter Lindsay Day. The ADA compliance team has completed ADA barrier removal in the Courthouse Cafe, conference rooms A and B, built 2 new podiums, one of which is ADA compliant, 2 ADA compliant staff tables, removed additional barriers to access, and built COVID guards to help protect against the COVID-19 virus in board chambers. Lindsay Day, ADA carpenter, designed and built the podiums, staff tables, and COVID guards in board chambers. This slide is a picture of the before and after of chambers. The Sheriff's Lobby project created accessible service counters, pass-throughs, removed several barriers to access, and created a functional space allowing for social distancing to protect against COVID-19. This slide is a before and after of one of the Sheriff's Lobby projects. These photos are the before and after photos at the Willow Creek Library. The top photos are before and after photos of the service counter. The new ADA compliant service counter was designed and constructed by ADA carpenters from an old discarded counter from one of the other library branches. The bottom photos are before and after photos of the library's public computer station. This again, this new workstation was designed and constructed by the ADA carpenters using remnants of old discarded counters and cabinets. The ADA compliance team has also been busy working to make workspaces and public spaces safe for our employees and the public to return to our buildings by installing accessible hand sanitizing stations, hands-free devices such as automatic door openers and hydration stations throughout county buildings. And by doing so, this allowed us to remove additional barriers to access. Our ADA carpenters have also built and installed COVID guards and accessible service counters with COVID guards in several county facilities. These photos show the before and after of the COVID guards in the recorder's office and the new designed ADA compliant service counter in the county administrative office with its COVID guards. The design and construction of this service counter was completed by Lindsay Day, ADA carpenter. And Public Works Engineering is developing plans and specifications for the ADA curb ramp improvement phase 2 project. This project will construct approximately 69 curb ramps, which includes 41 curb ramps at signalized intersections in McKinleyville and Eureka, and 28 curb ramps that will complete intersections that were partially addressed in the phase 1 project. 13% of the total curb ramps in the unincorporated areas of the county have been completed. These photos are curb ramps in Scotia. Some of our next steps include continuing removing barriers to access at county programs, services, or activities, and providing staff training to educate employees about ADA compliance in public areas of buildings, and to work with Public Works on a leased properties policy. The ADA compliance plan before you today will be the guiding document for the ADA compliance barrier removal and could be referenced to the Department of Justice if there becomes a need to do so. Humboldt County's ADA compliance plan will assist the county in identifying policies, programs, practices, and architectural barriers to accessibility and provide guidance in developing solutions and timelines to remove barriers. This 20-year plan is a fluid document and subject to change based on lease negotiations, relocation of programs, and availability of funding. This timeframe allows the county flexibility in the compliance process and allows for new opportunities to be explored. A copy of the 20-year time period plan for the barrier removal was included in the public input document. The remediation of the barriers is an ongoing process, and the schedule may be modified based on community requests or changes in county programs, services, or activities. Humboldt County's schedule for facility improvements are included in Appendix A and will need to be updated to reflect current timelines. In addition to updating the current timelines, changes to county leadership will need to be made to reflect Supervisor Bushnell as 2nd District Supervisor. The most current plan will be made available upon request. Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 required public entities to develop an ADA transition plan. This transition plan was to detail any structural changes that would be undertaken to achieve program access and specifying a time frame for their completion. Public entities were required to provide an opportunity for interested individuals to participate in the self-evaluation and transition planning process by submitting comments. On October 9th of 2020, the draft ADA compliance plan and the ADA compliance plan for county maintained roads were released to the public for input with the survey tool. The survey tool was made available for 30 days and was viewed by 47 people, of which 9 people responded. Full details of the public survey are included with your staff report. At a later date, the Department of Public Works, in collaboration with the ADA coordinator, will bring the Humboldt County ADA compliance plan for county maintained roads to your board for approval. And in closing, I would like to thank CAO Nelson for her support and direction on the ADA compliance plan and project, and wish her well in her future endeavor. And with that, I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions from the board? And Karen, can you stop sharing your screen? Or
I'm trying to stop
if,
sharing.
yeah, if you can, I can. I'll just minimize that on mine. All right. I don't see any questions, but I have one. When you mentioned the hydration station, I mean, I think all the work has been tremendous that I've seen done. But when you mentioned the hydration station, I'm just curious if the airport got one out. I mean, for quite a while now, at least a couple of years, we've been trying to get one in the lobby. I mean, where people, congregate before they get on the flight. So I'm just curious.
Yes, we were able to install hydration stations at the airport, in the lobby, upstairs, and in the secured area.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks. Any other questions? Or I see another. Okay, there's a person in your room, but apparently they disappeared into.
Yes, we figured out how to stop the screen share. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, for this report, and we need I was going to say, accept the report. This is really bad. It's like I have too many papers, and does anyone care to make
I'll
a motion?
make a motion that we accept and file this report and thank the staff for their hard work and continuing hard work. I appreciate the update. Lots of stuff getting done. More is going to happen. This is great. Oh, is there? Yes, Jefferson.
Through the chair, if I may, I would recommend that the motion is adopt staff recommendation, because it's actually adopting the compliance plan.
That's right. There is the plan in there too. Lovely plan. Thank you very much. I amend my motion that we adopt the plan as well.
Is there a second? Supervisor Bushnell, is that a second?
Through the chair, I'll second, and also thank you to Karen and the CAO staff for the presentation.
Yeah, it was a great presentation, and it's exciting to see all of what's been done. Supervisor, yes.
Can I say one more thing? I just want to recognize Lindsay's work. Very amazing. I got to see it down at the Garberville complex, and him and Travis have done an amazing job, and I just really want to commend them.
Right. Okay. Well, seeing no more, I don't believe we've gone out to public comments. So is there anyone who cares to comment on this item? We just have the clerk of the board who is watching. So I'm assuming that's probably a no. We'll go back and Brian, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I have a motion to adopt staff recommendations. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes. Oh, and the report as well. Don't forget the report.
Well, I believe I thought that was Jefferson's recommendation, was just staff recommendations.
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Absent? I don't know.
We can do
I don't hear him next door.
4 and 1 absent.
Okay. And I don't think I've seen an agenda this year where we skipped around quite as much, but I think we're back on track. So next we're going to go to I2, which also comes to us from the CAO's office and is regarding a resolution of intention to establish the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District and other actions. So I'll turn this over to the CAO's staff.
Great. I will be making this presentation on behalf of the CAO. Hello again, board. My name is Scott Adair. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt. On multiple occasions in the past, your board has previously directed economic development staff to seek solutions for the lacking and aging infrastructure in Humboldt County, especially for the Samoa Peninsula, where certain job and development opportunities already exist. This direction from your board has led to activities such as READY, or the Responsible Engagement for the Development of Infrastructure Task Force, and also the creation and work of the Samoa Peninsula Infrastructure Work Group. These stakeholders, and through those groups and initiatives, staff has worked with its state and local partners, including the Governor's Office of Economic Development, Humboldt State University, the Water District, local private sector private property owners, City of Eureka, etc. Also working with our internal partners and agencies such as the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, our Assessor's Office, and other county agencies to identify the best vehicle for funding and supporting infrastructure growth out on the Samoa Peninsula. Now then comes before your board a resolution of intent to form the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District, also known as an EIFD. An EIFD is a relatively new vehicle adopted and created by the state. It is not a new tax. It is a sharing of potential future tax revenue. Through an EIFD, it is anticipated that approximately $96 million could be generated toward infrastructure development in the EIFD area over 30 years. It's important to know that EIFDs are heavily regulated and prescribed. This resolution of intent is only one step in the process, as there are several public hearings which would need to occur, as indicated in the agenda item and in the supporting documents today, and which must take place before the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure District would actually be formed. Staff therefore recommends that your board adopt a resolution of intention to establish the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, or the Samoa Peninsula EIFD, establishing a public financing authority to govern over the EIFD, and authorizing related actions, and set a public meeting for October 14th, 2021 at 3 p.m. in the board chambers. I would like to extend a special thanks to Humboldt State University, and also to an intern from HSU, Tanner Etherton, who worked closely with our office, and for their efforts in supporting the due diligence and preparations behind the findings which are presented in our staff report and to your board today. This concludes my staff report on this item. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
All right, does anyone have any questions at this time for Scott? I know I'm just very much in support, so I'm just really happy to see this come forward. Don't see any hands up right now. I did want to give an opportunity. I believe Connie Stewart is back in the queue again. I don't know if she wanted to comment because CCRP was involved in this process, if I believe correctly. So, Connie, if you're wanting to comment on this, just press *9 to raise your hand. In the meantime, I'm going to go to Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I am supportive of this as well. I mean, this has been a long time coming in terms of figuring out a strategy by which all the agencies and landowners and stakeholders can actually, congregate and aggregate around the development of this space. For so many years, this has just been competing interests and competing landowners and competing businesses and competing agencies, and it just wasn't working. So I'm really hopeful that this is the direction forward, and so far it looks really good. So I appreciate that, and with that, I'll make the motion that we adopt staff recommendations.
I'll second that one. I will second this one.
There you go.
There you go. It's mine. All right. So, but I do see Connie's hand is up. So if you wanted to add some perspective from the CCRP and what you did, feel free, Connie.
Hi, it's Connie Stewart again. I'm just here to answer any questions. We thank the partnership we have with the county. It was really wonderful being able to talk to the landowners out there and hear their perspective. And I think it gave a really good foundation for the need to have money for infrastructure out there for a variety of issues. There are a lot of very wonderful business owners who really don't have the capacity to be able to use their property because of things like not having certainty around dredging or a lack of communication with partners. And I just think that this funding and a lack of broadband, for example, and this funding can be used to accelerate getting some of those needs and infrastructure issues taken care of, as well as doing some recreational things that will benefit everyone, and not only folks that live out there, but everyone across the region. So I hope the board will consider at least starting the process so we can hear from folks and having the meeting. And also, I hate to do this, but I forgot to say, Amy, I'm going to miss you, girlfriend. Congratulations on such a wonderful career.
All right. Thank you, Connie.
Thank you, Connie.
All right. There's no other public comment. There are no other hands up. So we'll come back to the board. And we have a motion and a second. And the motion is for staff recommendation. Ryan, you good with that?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Heck yeah.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Turn on your, yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right. So we'll move on to our final departmental item, which comes to us from Public Works. And it's regarding the notice of intent to convey property in the southwest quadrant of the interchange of Lolita Drive and State Highway 101 to Lolita Community Services District. And Director Mattson.
Good afternoon, Chair Bass, members of the board. The Lolita Community Service District needs to replace their water tank. The property on which it currently sits is owned by the water district, but the access is off the on-ramp or the off-ramp from the highway. Caltrans has notified the district that they wouldn't reissue an encroachment permit because of safety issues. So the district approached the county to take a look at our road right away. We have a huge road right away there that was gifted to us by the state when they built the interchange. A large majority of it we have never used and we don't have any projected need to use. So we feel very strongly it would be good to transfer this property over to the water district so they can move forward with their water replacement, water tank replacement project and improve safety and water quality for the community. With that, I would recommend request that the board move staff recommendations.
Thank you, Director Mattson. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I want to thank Director Mattson. We've had a couple meetings with the water board and their general manager, Tom Chapman. And we made this work for everybody involved, and Tom made it happen. So Mattson and Chapman, so the Toms did it all. But it's all the neighbors concerned. It's getting rid of a couple older wooden redwood tanks. Going to be an upgrade, and like he said, this is also going to allow for them to further economic with more water, so cheese, maybe a brewery, little things like that can happen as they rebuild their sewer plant and everything else. So this is good for the little town of Lolita, but I want to thank Mattson specifically.
All right, thank you. There is no one in the public. There's no one in the public on the meeting anymore, so no public comment on that. We'll go back to the board and
talk.
Yeah, Supervisor Bohn?
Tom Chapman did try to stay on as long as possible, but he asked me early this morning, when did I think it would come up? And I told him before midnight was the best I could come up with. So I was right.
That is true. All right, Supervisor Madrone?
Thanks to everybody for working this out. And Supervisor Bohn, great job coordinating And if you're interested in making a motion, I would second it to approve staff recommendation.
I'm okay. Yeah, go ahead. I'll make a motion.
Right. So move.
All right, thank you for clarifying that too. Ryan popped on and I was wondering if we had a motion. All right, Ryan, we have a motion and a second.
We do have a motion from Supervisor Bohn, seconded by Supervisor Madrone to approve staff recommendations.
And Supervisor Madrone's hand is still up. Did you have a comment you wanted to add to that or? Okay, hand is now down. All right, Ryan, I think we're good to vote.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah.
Thank you. It passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, and we will move on to the closed session. And I'm looking for County Counsel Billingsley to brief us on the 2 items that we are going into here.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session on 2 items, both of which are existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. The first is the case of McCullough Construction versus County of Humboldt, OAH case number A17-2020. The second is County of Humboldt versus Purdue Pharma et al. Case number 118CB04375 and bankruptcy case number 19-23649.
All right, thank you. There is no one from the public wishing to comment on this. Before we go to closed sessions, because we don't always all get together when we report out, I once again want to thank Amy for everything she's done and her stellar job and her compassion and grace and poise at times that has certainly have been challenged. I couldn't even count how many. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. So, and I don't know if anyone else wants to send any last comments. No.
Let's go to closed session.
Well, I've got a speech I've got
Too
written.
late.
Hold on a second.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm not going to say anything about Amy because she's, I think, sick of it. But I just want to remind everybody, 4th of July this weekend and to be very safe with whatever you're choosing to do. And remember, actions cause reactions. So let's please be careful.
Right, thank you for the good reminder there. All right, we'll see everybody in closed session. All right, County Counsel Billingsley, do we have a report out of closed session?
Yes, thank you, Chair. On item M1, there's no reportable action. On item M2, the board voted unanimously to authorize County Counsel to submit an e-ballot in support of the bankruptcy reorganization plan.
All right, thank you. Well, with that, we are adjourned and we'll see you on the 13th.